We are live, and it's Soundcheck 1, Planning Committee, January 2023. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. Today is January the 31st, 2023. City of Hamilton. This is our planning meeting, and I am your chair, joined today in the circle by Legislative Coordinator Lisa Kelsey and Legislative Coordinator Lorraine Kohler. I'm calling this meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and are archived on the city's website, and that the presentations and reports considered at this meeting are available on the city's website, and that members of the public can contact the clerk's office to require documents in an alternate format. A reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function. Members of committee are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to. Members of the public have 5 minutes to address the committee. Also, please, members of staff who are speaking at today's meeting are asked to state their name and title before speaking for the first time. Today, the Planning Committee meeting is being run as a hybrid meeting. Councillors who are attending in person and councillors attending virtually are all need to sign into the eScribe. Okay, I'm going to recognize who is present here today on the committee. I'm joined today by Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor John Paul Danko, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Mike Spadafora, Councillor Mark Taddison, beg your pardon, I just had a mental, and Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you for joining us this morning. And on virtually joining us, thank you, Councillor Wang, is Councillor Narinder Nan and Councillor Ted McMeekin. Good morning, one and all. Elsie Kelsey, are there any changes to today's agenda?
Yes, there are changes. Under communications, we have added item 5.1, Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for 310 Francis Avenue, with the recommendation that it be received. Under item 10, public hearings, 10.1 has added written submissions from Tate Graham, Savan Shandaria, Ned Couric, Michael Pernfuss, Andrew Christian Adams, and Adrian Melkley. And under item 14, general information, we have 14.1, outstanding business list, an item requiring a new due date. That is everything.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Wang, that the agenda be approved as amended. Councillor Nan, thumbs up. Carries 12 to nothing. Thank you. Members of committee, are there any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none. On to the approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of the January 7th meeting as presented? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any discussion on those minutes, members? Seeing none. That carries 12 to nothing. Thank you. We're on to communication items. 5.1, we have a letter from the Lakewood Beach Community Council respecting procedural clarification for 310 Francis Avenue. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive the correspondence? And then we can speak to it. Okay, it's moved by Councillor Beattie and seconded by Councillor Francis. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair Wilson. This is a group that resides primarily in Ward 10. They are an active and valued participant in community life in the Stony Creek area, have a lot of good insight. And I understand that we may be dancing a little bit between that which we can talk about in public session and with regards to process versus that which would require a private conversation with regards to the actual outcomes of this particular file. So through you, I'm wondering if I might be able to ask the relevant staff present, specifically the three questions as outlined in the letter that's been presented to us. 1, 2, and 3, who has delegated authority to approve a settlement, who should have authority, and LBCC as a group that was granted party status by the tribunal. I think they're asking, should they have been informed that settlement talks were occurring in order to have been given the opportunity for adequate preparation for the proceedings. So I'll recognize that we are on that fine line between what we can talk about publicly and what we would have to go into camera. And I also recognize that there's a separate process for going into private session that would require advance notice. Planning meeting, if I have that all correctly, and I see heads nodding, so thank you. So then through you, Chair Wilson, to the applicable staff member, could we start with question 1 from the committee, from the Lakewood Beach Council to this committee with an explanation of the question as asked.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie. Knowing it's an OLT-defined process, I will look first to GM Thorne.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Chair, actually, Solicitor Patrick McDonald has carriage of this file at the tribunal, and he's on the WebEx, and he can speak to what he can speak to in public session. So I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you. Good morning, Solicitor.
Good morning. Patrick McDonald, Legal Services. So through the chair, the questions posed in the email, I believe, would have to go in camera for any discussion, as they touch on potentially several heads of privilege. So solicitor-client, litigation, and potentially settlement. So I know I'm answering all 3 of those, but I think all 3 would have to be discussed in camera given the nature of the questions.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie. Okay,
so as a follow-up, Patrick, and thank you for the answer, I just want to be clear. If this question was posed without an attachment to a current file, would we be able to discuss process in generic terms in public session? And is it the tethering of the question to the file that is leading to the complication in terms of what we can discuss in public? Through you, Chair Wilson.
Well stated. Thank you. Solicitor McDonald.
Through the chair, I believe if the question was being posed even outside of the context of an active appeal, it would still have to go in camera for discussion because it deals with instructions to legal services, and the discussions around that are tied to solicitor-client privilege.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. Through you, then, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around if a member of the community wanted to understand this process, how the tribunal appeals process works, how would we be able to answer that question in generic terms to constituents, be it they Ward 10 constituents or any other constituent across the city? What would be the process for properly explaining some of the questions that are outlined here in terms of delegated authority and approval? I'm just trying to understand what the average plain speak answer would be if a person on the street were to ask a question pertaining to an OLT appeal, because it doesn't seem practical that we would have to seek legal advice every time we were asked that question and go into camera to have that conversation. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around a plain speak answer that we would be able to discuss transparently in open session for the benefit of community members who may be curious as to how this all happens. And rightfully so, because there's a number of OLT appeals taking place across the city right now. There's probably a lot of interest from community members watching right now. So I'm struggling with the answer that anytime we have this conversation, it has to go in camera. Through you, Chair.
Thank you again to Solicitor McDonald on the untethered process question, please.
Yes, thank you. So through the chair, so questions 1 and 2 in the communication, those are both within and outside of the context of this appeal. Those are questions about the city's processes and how legal services receives instructions. So those are not necessarily tied to the tribunal's process. They're tied to how legal services receives its instructions. Question 3 and tribunal process questions in general, we can answer those factually, generally speaking. But question 3, again, my view is that in the context of this appeal, question 3 is still a question that would have to be discussed in camera because it's tied to not just a general tribunal process question, but a question of the particular circumstances of this appeal.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. And so it appears that I'm not going to get my question answered in public session, and I feel like I'm being pushed to move to a private session to ask the question again, with hopes that we may be able to arrive at something that we can rise and report back to the public on how this all works. There are a lot of moving parts in an OLT appeal. I'm just learning a portion of them myself. 76 days on the job now. Not that I'm keeping track, but thank you, Councillor Huang. So if this is the only way to get an answer, then I would propose, Chair Wilson, that this item be deferred to the next Planning Committee meeting, or at the soonest opportune meeting. I don't know if there's any way that this go to a different standing committee that would meet sooner, but at any rate, I really want to understand with clarity the questions 1, 2, and 3, and if I have to get these answers in private and then determine how we develop a communications piece, then that's what I'd like to do.
Thank you. So I'll come back to you on that. If I could exhaust the list of speakers first. Appreciate it. Thank you. Councillor Critch.
Thank you, Councillor Beattie, for asking some and many of the questions I had. I'm going to continue asking a couple questions about this because it baffles me, truly. The very first question in this correspondence, which is not numbered at the very top of the page, says, I'm going to read it out loud into the record. We're writing to you to seek clarification during tomorrow's Planning Committee meeting on what processes are in place in regards to whether or not Council approves settlement agreements prior to being presented to the Ontario Land Tribunal for decision. I couldn't think of a more general process-related question that could be asked in public, and I think could be answered in public. I don't understand how that question maybe can't be answered in public. It's just a matter of us explaining how the city does things. If it's that we do or we don't, right? Like, that's not a secret, I don't think. I can think about many ways it's not a secret, actually. I'm not going to say it because I'm worried I'm going to get in trouble for saying it, but it's not a secret. So why can't we respond to that question?
Respectfully, I think it has been asked and answered, but I'll go to Solicitor McDonald if he would care to comment, and then I'll continue. Thank you.
Thank you. So through the chair, again, the question there again is dealing with how City Council instructs legal services on appeals, not with the tribunal's process itself. So that question is subject to solicitor-client privilege and would have to go in camera for discussion.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thanks. I'm just looking to other staff on the bench in terms of, like, when we go in camera to have this discussion, which we're going to have to do, so great. If Council decides that it wants to talk about its processes, just saying this, if it wants to explain a little bit about how it does things or what the decision matrix process is, I presume we'd have to have that discussion in camera and then approve to make it not confidential, subject to your advice. I just want to understand how that process works, right? If council decides, hey, this is actually quite generic, or this is already a public thing, can we talk about it? We would do that in camera? GM Thorne, I guess.
Thank you. So joining us today is General Manager Jason Thorne. Mr. Thorne?
Yeah, so through the chair, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself when I spoke previously. So yes, Jason Thorne, General Manager, Planning and Economic Development. If it's helpful to council, I mean, we received this yesterday, this letter, and I think, out of respect for the legal services, we're trying to sort of make sure that they aren't getting into the context of the actual specifics of the hearing that's before the tribunal. If it's helpful for a committee, I do understand sort of the desire to have just sort of the procedural process questions left, and I think we just want to make sure that we're teasing those out of the case-specific questions. And again, this came in yesterday, so if it's helpful to committee, we can work on something between now and council where we could either provide some correspondence back to council or speak to it at council in terms of what, in terms of the procedural approach. It's just, we haven't had a lot of time to look at this letter, and I do very much appreciate that council does not want to put, council with an S does not want to put council with a C in the position of disclosing anything in public session regarding the hearing. So if that's helpful to committee, then certainly planning staff and legal staff can work together and see what we can provide just in terms of the questions around general procedure and process.
Thank you, GM Thorne with a T. Councillor.
That's exactly what I was hoping to hear, and that's super helpful. I get that I didn't know this was put on yesterday. It didn't occur to me. So that's helpful in terms of us having a discussion in public about what the process is, and I think that's what Councillor Beattie is asking for. That's what I'm asking for, is when it comes to just the real genericness of this and the real public aspects of this, or things that are not individual to this case, what can we talk about? That's super helpful. Let's have that conversation. I'm not sure where that will take place, but I presume perhaps after we have the in-camera discussion at the next planning committee meeting, we can talk about it then. Like, when would that discussion happen about the generic processes?
Thank you, GM Thorne.
So through the chair, let me work with Patrick, but if we can provide sort of maybe a general overview, we'll shoot for council, and if we can't do it by then certainly by the next planning committee, but we'll see if we can get something for you in term for council next week.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thanks, those are my questions.
Thank you, GM Thorne, and thank you, Councillor Cretch. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair Wilson, and through you, my question then, initially we had teased the idea of having this come back to a future planning meeting. The general manager has indicated that this might be possible to do at council. So in terms of my next steps and sending this the correct direction, I'm seeking some clarity on, am I moving to defer this or refer this or whatever the terminology is to council or planning, or what's the, to council? Okay, Kelsey is telling me to council. So at the appropriate time, Chair Wilson, I'd like to proceed with that motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? Then I think you have time to put that motion on the floor right now.
So then through you, Chair Wilson, and I'm seeking the guidance of Elsie Kelsey here in terms of terminology. Is it a deferral, referral?
Defer, please.
Deferral, thank you. So
A D.
With a D, thank you. This is going to be an interesting meeting, Chair Wilson. I'd like to move that this communication piece be deferred to council in order to facilitate staff preparing a proper response to the questions asked. And if I need to specify that it's in camera or whether or not this is automatic, you can let me know if I have to make that specification in the motion.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Cretch. Elsie Kelsey, should we automatically ask for in camera and then we can parse out there's going to be an accompanying public piece, or what is your guidance on this? Thank you.
I feel we can leave it as it just being the deferral to council, and that can be sorted out whether it ends up on closed session or on the agenda.
I see a thumbs up of satisfaction from the mover and from the seconder, so it is before you now. Okay, thank you. That motion carries 12 to 0. And the communication item itself was moved by Councillors Beattie and Francis. And so we'll vote on the, no, we don't, because we're acting on it. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're on to the delegation portion of our agenda, members. We have 8.1. Frank Lendarnuzzi, respecting the expansion of permitted uses for P4 zoning. And this delegation was approved at the January the 17th meeting. Is the delegate in the audience today? Oh, yes. Good morning. Would you please come down to the podium and join us on the floor? Thank you. Good morning, Delegate Lendarnuzzi. Just a reminder, there are 5 minutes allotted for your delegation.
Okay, very good, thanks. I guess you didn't have a land acknowledgement here, but I wanted to echo that the land acknowledgement is something that is important. And the original stewards of this land blessed us with knowledge and an example of how to share and prosper from the fruits and riches that surrounds us. Now, our predecessors that worked and toiled to give us what we have today is another example. Look at this beautiful building that we're in today with its marble facade and terrazzo floors. This is an example of the workmanship of my father's generation, who immigrated to Canada to make a new start. And I'm proud to be a product of that generation, born and raised in Ward 3 on 80 Keith Street. 2 weeks ago, I sat up in the gallery and we were talking about short-term rentals. And that Hamilton, like many cities, is facing a housing crisis, requiring all of us to pull together. It reminded me of a similar crisis that was faced with this very building. Once completed, the marble panels kept breaking away, and the building, breaking away from the building and crashing to the floor. Nobody could come up with a working solution, and after many months, engineers finally asked Luigi Di Tullio, a construction worker with marble experience from Italy, to help. He proposed a solution that continues to this day. I give this example of how, in a crisis, someone with no formal training, but who has knowledge nevertheless, had a good solution. I'm not suggesting that we not trust the experts, but rather in a crisis, cast a wider net and you might find an answer in the most unlikely places, provided we choose to look. By the way, Luigi's only child, Aldo, is a member of our club, who is a successful dentist in Ward 3. And he raised 6 kids that are all good Hamiltonians. Some of those immigrants I spoke of purchased property in Binbrook and built a hall, excuse me, as a meeting place for picnics and banquets. Most of those founding club members have passed on, and it's now up to us, the next generation, to gain full measure of the gifts they bestowed. Our suggestion for senior living is an example of an idea that could help reduce the existing housing crisis, and if successful, can be implemented and hopefully replicated elsewhere. However, when we dug deeper, we found that Binbrook, Hamilton, zoning somewhat lacking. We can camp on the property, but we can't live there. It seems like a minor variance could remedy the problem. We also found a bigger issue, and this is important, that none of the current zoning categories meets the needs of seniors. We seem to think that it's okay to create pockets for seniors that are isolated from the community at large, like the seniors complex that exists at Garth and Rymel Road. Some recognized leaders on seniors issues like Pat Armstrong agree with us that senior facilities need to be better integrated into the community, much like they do in Norway and Sweden, where the community and seniors live side by side, sharing equally in amenities like pools and outdoor spaces. Is that a bill for 4 minutes?
Sorry, I should have let you know at the start. That means you have 1 minute left.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what we're asking from the city, we're asking the city to help us help you in this urgent need. And we feel seniors living in short-term, it's short-term relatively. And yet many of our able-bodied seniors are still capable to work. And so I want to just jump to this sort of the end here. Other clubs in Toronto and Hamilton have closed their doors because of COVID and failing memberships. It's put a strain on our ability to remain viable. We have a strong devotion to honor our founders that gave so much, and we highly resolve that their dreams should not perish with us. What remains for us is to use our talents. Is that the end there? To look at senior living at the Famille Fourlane in Bibrook. I'll take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the committee, thank you for being here today. Before I open the floor up for questions, I really appreciate your insight about the land acknowledgement, and just for your information at present, this council's practice is to read that in advance of a council meeting as opposed to each standing committee meeting.
Right.
So thank you very much. Questions of the delegate, please. Councillor Cattison.
Thank you for your delegation today. What are some of the uses? You say you're considering senior living, and you did say as temporary. Can you explain or go into what are some of the possible senior living arrangements that you would
we did
consider?
give a submission where we identified there's a need for short-term housing. What we have is a clubhouse there, and it's on P4, which is open public space. So we did get permission to build this clubhouse, which has a kitchen, which has a dining room, and has all the amenities that are underutilized. And we also have a park. And the idea is to have either people in crisis or seniors that want to live on the property can do so freely. And we don't have that ability. Yet we can open up a campground. So we're looking at those options, but we specifically came up with a plan for seniors residents that would have either assisted living or apartments that people could live in year-round. So that's the idea that we're proposing, and we think that it's sort of a trial that could be used in other parts of the country. And the idea is that the pool and the amenities would be used by the community. So we'd be sharing those amenities that we plan to put in with our proposal.
Thank you. Councillor?
So you said a pool and some other amenities. What are some of those other amenities? And then can you just describe what the general overview would look like of your concept?
Well, we have a concept with, let's say 10 to 20 apartment suites, that kind of thing. And then we were looking at a pool, and there would be kind of an infinity pool. We already have the support of the Burloak Canoe Club that are looking for a paddle pool. So this would be a multifunctional pool that could be used by the community, by the paddling groups that we have in Hamilton. They have dragon boat clubs or canoe clubs. And then we were looking at a small ice rink that would be a splash pad in the summertime, because we want to use the latest in technologies as far as heat recovery from the ice rink to heat the building, and air conditioning to heat the water for the splash pad or the pool area. And then we were looking at, we have a tennis court there that we convert to pickleball use. And the soccer field is already being utilized, but it doesn't have abilities for flush toilets and things like that. So the property can be developed with a septic bed to meet any of the criteria that we need as far as safety or processing any waste that's created on site. Everything would be kept on site and disposed there on site.
Thank you. Councillor?
You shared in the report that we have that there's a number of partnerships that might be involved, and I'm going to cite one was Terra Power Systems.
Yeah, that's the company that I run, which has a expertise in ground source heat pumps. So we were going to do this like a platinum LEED building. It would, we have the expertise in-house of former builders and plumbers that are either retired or still have an active business, like myself. And then we have the support of the Society of United Professionals. The pensioners group has provided some funding for this concept to move it forward, which represents about, I'm on chairing that subcommittee there. We have 1,200 paying members that are all retired, either professionals, engineers, or other people that have worked in the former Ontario Hydro and the companies that have spun off from Ontario Hydro at that time. So we have a team. We know how to do it. What we need is, we have a mustard seed that we need the council to approve. And we're saying, because we already have ability to run a campground, we want an extension to that so that we can habitate the property. We can't do that now, and that's the goal, is to maybe through rather than a rezoning, it would just really be a matter of a simple adjustment to the use, a non-conforming use.
Almost at your time, Councillor. Thank you.
Pardon, I didn't hear that.
Almost at your time. Do you have one more question?
With my growing understanding of all things planning, my first gut reaction upon hearing this was that there's a lot of hurdles, and I don't want to give false hope. There are a lot of challenges. However, I believe it's a council. It's my job to look at each proposal with an open mind and to weigh the possible benefits and consequences. And the more that I've listened to this, the more open-minded I've become to looking at the merits of this proposal and the consideration for more dialogue with my fellow councillors as we weigh the positive and negatives of this senior-based living proposal that does have benefits for the wider community in Glanbrook and is short in Glanbrook, which is short on recreation facilities. So I just would like to throw out there that I would welcome any conversations and dialogue with my fellow councillors. Thank you.
Yeah, we are looking at, thank you for that, and I want to thank council as well for listening to the proposal. In 5 minutes, we can't obviously explain everything we wanted to do, but the idea is to work with the city to provide additional facilities and I come back to this crisis. We do have a housing crisis, and this is a potential solution that I hope you take a good look at and see if we can move it forward.
Thank you, Delegate. Appreciate the parable of the mustard seed. Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, thank you for the presentation. It's it's always good to see grassroots community organizations coming forward with solutions, and particularly the current state that we find ourselves in with the affordable housing crisis as it is. And I'm also very thankful that there's a particular focus on seniors' affordable housing in this, because I think the more we talk about affordable housing in general, we don't hear a lot about seniors' affordable housing as a component of that. And this is starting to, I think you may have planted a mustard seed with me that maybe we need a little more intentional focus on that specific issue. So thank you.
Yeah.
My question through you, Chair Wilson, for the benefit of the committee, again, 76 or maybe it's 74 days on the job, do you know what the appropriate zoning would look like to enable you to do what it is that you'd like to do?
I guess Garth Trails is probably the closest. And when we talk about, a mustard seed, when the Sisters of St. Elizabeth started at Rymal Road, there was nothing there. It was in the middle of nowhere. And I remember I was going to high school and wondered, why are they doing that about in 53? But it turned into a thriving community for seniors. What the mistake is there is that nobody can use their facilities. They have pools, they have all that, and it's all open, closed to the seniors, and there's no interaction with the community. So that's the first thing. So that you don't have the zoning that has that. So P4, you almost need a PS, a P parkland with seniors involved in it. So I guess to come back to your question was, what would the zoning look like? I guess if you went to Garth Trails, it's an RM3 or something like that. So that we'd like to integrate not only, obviously, the community aspects of it, but also, the restaurants or the things that would attract people there. So that when people come to visit, your grandkids come to visit, they have something to do. And that's the working together as a solution. And we don't see that. We don't see that in Canada. That zoning doesn't exist. To mix those two together.
Thank you, Delegate. Councillor Beattie, maybe on matters of specifics on zoning, that could be a conversation offline with staff. Continue, please.
Yeah, I think that would be my question then. And I was just dying to ask a process-related question in public. But perhaps we'll take that offline in terms of what the mechanism would look like to achieve the possible zoning that you require. I'm curious from my own standpoint what that would look like, but I'll probably maybe with Councillor Tattison, the two of us may decide to chat with General Manager Thorne in an offline capacity.
Yeah, and I just want to finish by saying we don't need a zoning change. We don't need, all we need is an amendment or what they call going to a committee of adjustment. So a committee of adjustment could provide us with the building permit we need. And it'd be that simple, but we need the city staff to be on board. That committee of adjustment would be a natural way because you've got camping there. It's just a matter of a simple change. So that's what we're recommending, is to look at it as a committee of adjustment suggestion to get this moving.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further speakers? If I could ask Councillor Danko to take the chair, please.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you to the delegate. It's obvious there's a care for community and a willingness to integrate a use with broader community needs. If I could, through the chair, I don't know if Director Fayback wished to comment on the parameters here on moving forward that might help guide this committee and the two members who have spoken to this. Thank you.
Good morning, Anita Fayback, Director of Development Planning. I just wanted to advise Planning Committee that the applicant, made an application for a formal consultation application. So that came in recently. It's scheduled for the February 22nd Development Review Team meeting. So city staff are currently reviewing the application, and the purpose of that FC meeting will be to identify what applications and what studies would be required should the applicant wish to proceed with this proposal. I should note that the lands are within the Greenbelt Plan area, so there are certain restrictions in terms of the types of uses that can be implemented. It is designated open space in the rural Hamilton official plan, which also restricts the types of uses. It's really limited to recreational uses, both passive and active recreation, but does not permit human habitation other than the seasonal campgrounds. So based on a cursory review that we've done, and like I said, I preface that by noting that it is under review, an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment application would be required. So this would not be an application that would proceed before the Committee of Adjustment. There are 4 tests that need to be evaluated when there is a Committee of Adjustment application for a minor variance, one of those being, does it meet the general intent of the official plan? So because an official plan amendment would be required, staff would recommend that minor variance would not be appropriate and that the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment would be the appropriate process for this proposal to be evaluated.
Thank you very much for that very helpful answer. I'll assume the chair. Thank you, Councillor Danko.
Can I just ask a process question to staff?
Yep, I recognize Councillor Danko.
Sorry, maybe we could just receive the delegation and then I'll ask.
Okay. Any further questions to the delegate? Seeing none, if we can receive the delegate. Thank you for being here this morning. It is moved by Councillor Tattison and seconded by Councillor Beattie to receive the delegation. The vote is up. Thank you. That carries 12-0. I recognize Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. I don't want to drag this out, but appreciate this is a community-driven project. But I'm curious that there's an application through formal consultation. If this was a developer that came to advocate and delegate on a project that was going through the planning process, I don't believe we would accept that. And it's a little procedurally unorthodox. So just in future, if we could take that into consideration when delegations are being added to the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. I really appreciate that, and I found Director Fabak's answer very helpful in putting that process question for us to consider the next time. Fair, Elsie Kelsey?
Yes, I agree. This was the first time I was hearing about the application. It definitely would have been a different consideration, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, members, we are on to consent items. 9.1, active official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and plan of subdivision applications. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report. Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any discussion? Seeing none. That carries 12-0. Thank you, members. On to 9.2, confirmation of qualified consultant to conduct peer review of inclusionary zoning market feasibility study, PED 23044. I understand Senior Planner Singh is present if this committee so wishes a presentation on this report. What is the will of the committee? Councillor Nain would like the presentation. So be it. As a courtesy, we will proceed. Senior Planner Singh, good morning.
Good morning, Chair and councillors. Oops. I'll share once it's open.
Okay, you know.
All right. Good morning, Chair and Committee. So although this is a short report, I do have a brief presentation prepared with a bit more background on the inclusionary zoning project. So just as a reminder, this report in front of you today pertains to obtaining council approval regarding retaining a qualified consultant to conduct a required peer review of the draft market feasibility study, a component of the inclusionary zoning project as required by the province. So staff recommends that in accordance with subsection 217 of Ontario Regulation 232.18, that council deem Enberry Line Consultants Limited qualified to complete the required peer review and provision of a formal written opinion of the inclusionary zoning market feasibility study that's currently being prepared by Urban Metrics on behalf of the city. And then the second recommendation, and as it relates to our procurement standards, that the single source procurement pursuant of policy 11 non-competitive procurements to NBLC for the required peer review be approved. So to start things off, I'll provide kind of a high-level overview of what inclusionary zoning is and the regulations that apply in Ontario for those whom I guess are watching who may not be as familiar with inclusionary zoning as Councillor McMeekin. So inclusionary zoning is a policy or a land use planning policy tool that's available in many jurisdictions across Canada and the United States and beyond. It can be used to mandate developers to provide affordable housing units within a market rate development. It essentially requires that new market rate development or redevelopment must include a certain percentage of affordable units. It is just one tool, though, towards increasing affordable housing unit supply locally. It is based solely on the private sector supplying affordable units without reliance on any government subsidy. We often hear about inclusionary zoning being used in New York and Vancouver and Montreal. In Ontario, though, the tool must be in accordance with the Planning Act and Ontario Regulations 232.18. These regulations do restrict IZ to only being permitted within protected major transit station areas or where a community planning permit system has been ordered by the minister. So it can only be applied to developments that consist of 10 units or more, and policies must be reviewed every 5 years, including monitoring reports that are required every 2 years. And most importantly, an assessment report is required that must show that the implementation of inclusionary zoning would not significantly disrupt the supply of market rate housing. So the City of Hamilton embarked on undertaking the municipal assessment report last fall, and this is in accordance with the Ontario Regulations 232.18. This report evaluates kind of the housing needs and demands, as well as evaluating the potential impacts that the IZ tool could have on the local market and financial viability of development. So in an effort to streamline the process as efficiently as possible, staff interviewed several other municipalities that are a bit further along in the exploration of IZ for their lessons learned. And it was decided that we would divide up the municipal assessment report, requiring kind of it to be done in two components. So we retained SHS Consulting to complete the housing needs assessment and Urban Metrics to complete the market feasibility study. So then, as per the Ontario regulations, a written peer review is required for the market feasibility component. So this image here illustrates the steps towards implementing an inclusionary zoning policy framework. First off, we have delineate major transit station areas. So this is part of a project that's kind of running parallel with the inclusionary zoning project. And as mentioned earlier, PMTSA's, protected major transit station areas, are the only areas within the city in which inclusionary zoning requirements can be applied. This work is currently underway, and is being completed, as I said, in parallel to this IZ project. The next teal square is the municipal assessment report requirement. So we have retained, as mentioned, SHS Consulting to do the first part and Urban Metrics to do the second. And now we're here today seeking approval from council for the peer reviewer to undertake a written peer review of the work completed by Urban Metrics. And then the completion of this assessment report will pave the way to kind of the fourth square, where we can develop our draft policies, where we would like to present them to the public and stakeholders for consideration, and then conduct some sensitivity testing. What happens to the feasibility, basically, of inclusionary zoning if rates were to increase, like interest rates were to increase or to go down? What would happen if we were to reduce parking requirements? What would happen if we were to give greater height permissions? These kind of trade-offs would be discussed in that sensitivity testing phase. So once we've completed the broad consultation, then we would move into the yellow square, which is the assessment report and the draft inclusionary zoning bylaw actually being brought forward to this committee for finalization and approval. But it's important to note that there is an administrative component that would also need to be brought forward at that time, which would outline kind of the monitoring and the implementation of inclusionary zoning units. And then lastly, the orange square there is all about the enabling policies through the MTSA project that must be required by, must be approved by the province in order for the IZ policy framework to be applied. So that wraps up kind of a high-level overview of the process. And I just wanted to confirm that council approval of the inclusionary zoning bylaw is one step, but we do need the minister's approval of the PMTSAs in order for it to be applied. So as per subsection 217 of the Ontario Regulations 232.18, it requires an independent written opinion on the municipal feasibility study component of the IZ project to be obtained, and that council must deem the peer reviewer to be qualified to prepare the written opinion. And then, as mentioned, through consultation, I guess, with other municipalities, we received strong references from several groups working on inclusionary zoning who have already worked with NBLC. They have demonstrated experience with the Hamilton market and references from staff who've worked with them. And then their cost and timing were also some considerations. And then in terms of what the alternative is, it should be noted that there are very few firms that actually have the necessary expertise and experience to conduct this type of detailed market analysis. So the other leading firm is the one who's actually conducting our main study, Urban Metrics, and so therefore we can't hire them to peer review their own work. The only other option would be to do kind of a full-scale RFP, which would take a considerable amount of time and potentially cost more money getting someone else equipped with the right data sets to conduct this kind of work. And then that slide is just a reminder of what the recommendations are in front of you today. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senior Planner Singh. That was an excellent overview. We have two council members with questions. I'll recognize Elsie Kohler. Is it from the bottom up or the top down? Bottom up. Councillor Wayne.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Thank you, Tiffany, for your presentation. I wonder if you could just elaborate a little bit more on what is the protected major transit station areas.
Okay. So the protected major transit station areas are a subset of our major transit station areas, and it needs to meet a series of tests related to density, primarily, and that work is being undertaken through the major transit station area project. So it is a separate project, but it needs to be completed, and the protected major transit station areas need to be part of our official plan and approved by the minister in order for IZ to be applied. So they would likely be our major transit station areas that have been we have some draft documents on where those would be located. I should have included a map, I'm sorry. But I can send that out to the group afterwards and a link to our project webpage.
So through you, Chair, just so that I can clarify, major transit areas are places, and I understand that it's in draft mode, I'm just trying to get a basic sense of places like our McNabb station, could be Eastgate Mall, it could be Limeridge Mall, those types of areas are considered major transit areas?
Through the chair to the councillor, correct. They are higher order transit stations, including larger bus hubs. So the McNabb station would qualify, our GO stations would qualify, and the LRT stops would qualify.
So, sorry, and let me just clarify again through you, Chair, that the LRT stations are considered major transit areas, but then the protected ones would be hubs leading to, say, an LRT line, is that?
So the protected major transit, sorry, through the chair to the councillor, protected major transit station areas are supposed to be a 10-minute walking distance, a 500 to 800 meter radius, roughly, around a major transit station. And there is kind of a process that's required, of course, detailing what can be achieved in terms of densities in that area. And we have to consider other land use parameters, including kind of heritage, natural, both cultural heritage features and natural heritage features to delineate the exact boundary. So that work has been drafted and is available online. However, we haven't finalized that work, and so it is being done in parallel to this study.
Okay, thank you for that answer. Last question through you, Chair. We have heard that there is a new re-envision HSR transit plan that's coming out in April. There is an opportunity to see brand new routes, brand new opportunities with different hubs. As well, what has been talked around this table has been around the BLAST network, so different lines that will be connecting, and those could be rapid transit, those could be additional buses. Do those count as protected PMTSAs as well? I'm also just, where I'm trying to tease out is that our transit strategy is evolving very quickly, and I want to understand how does IZ zoning sort of evolve with our transit needs, given that we know now that there are new plans coming forward. Through you, Chair.
Thank you. An important subject, and I'd like to recognize GM Florin, please.
Yes, through the chair. So as Tiffany's mentioned, inclusionary zoning, the provincial regulations limit it very significantly in terms of where it can be applied. So at the moment, it's going to be essentially the LRT stations is what we're going to be looking at. It's very limited to station areas identified within provincial plans that have the higher order transit service. I would say with respect to re-envision, I don't anticipate that changing the inclusionary zoning work in the short term. Now in the longer term, of course, as we start to look at building out the BLAST network, it does require the province to also update their provincial plans in terms of what they would deem to be these major transit station areas. In the long term, it could potentially expand, but we're very limited in the short term in terms of what we can immediately implement, which is essentially going to be along the LRT corridor. As Tiffany noted, what exact radius you use around each station tends to be in the ballpark of 500 to 800 meters, something like that. But of course, it's a little bit context specific as to what you actually have at each station area. So that's primarily the chunk of work that we have to do, is to do that delineation exercise to be fairly specific. We will have to be very specific in terms of the application of inclusionary zoning, and then all of the policies that would apply around it. So this is a bit of I won't call it the first step, because there's already been a fair bit of work happening on inclusionary zoning, but this is sort of a necessary step for that sort of market assessment piece to move forward. And as Tiffany mentioned, we are in parallel looking at those LRT station areas to define exactly what the applicable area would be of inclusionary zoning. But sorry, a bit of a long-winded answer to say that in the immediate term, I don't think that that the re-envision would not impact the areas that are eligible under provincial regulation for inclusionary zoning. But in the long term, as those get sort of recognized as the transit service, higher order transit service starts to get developed, and as the province does their regular updates to the provincial growth plan, then my hope would be that we'd start to see more areas around the city that would be allowed to use inclusionary zoning on.
Thank you, GM. Councillor?
So I think my final comment through you, Chair, is I think that this council is set for, we're going to be doing a strategic planning. We're going to do these priority setting at the end of March. I hope that we can also encourage Tiffany and the new peer reviewer, NBLC, to also take a long-term sort of vision to this. So is there any opportunity to maybe include language that will not be too restrictive to our short-term needs, but also with an eye towards the future, ideally with looking at opportunities for inclusionary zoning for other parts as we continue to grow our city and as we continue to grow opportunities within different transit hubs.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments in the context and the permissive context that was outlined by GM Thorne. Through the chair to the councillor, I just wanted to comment that the regulations do allow for a 5-year review, and amendment could be made at those intervals to broaden the area in which it applies as our transit opportunities change here at the city too. Thank you both. I recognize Councillor Nan.
Thank you, through you, Chair, in support of the recommendations that's before our committee, and thank you to Senior Planner Singh for the overview of the IZ process and where this fits in with it. So just to confirm in terms of the timeline of the peer review in getting us to the light box, or the light green box on the outline that you provided, when would we as committee and council be receiving the peer review reports? Key dates. Perfect. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor. So we're anticipating kind of breaking this up into a few different recommendation reports. So in February, we intend to bring forward the draft housing needs assessment component that's been completed by SHS Consulting. In March or April, we are hoping that the peer reviewer will have completed their written peer review at that time, and will bring forward the main consultant Urban Metrics' market feasibility study at that time with the written peer review. So that would be March, April timeframe. And at that time, we'll be able to also bring forward draft policies that we'd like to go out to the public and have stakeholder consultation as well. So that kind of public consultation process would take place in the early spring, kind of the April-May timeframe, and then we're hoping that by July we can bring forward a recommendations report with kind of that final policy framework and a summary of what we heard through consultation, as well as the administrative program, because that's an important piece that people often forget. And then, as again, a bit of a reminder that if council were to approve the inclusionary zoning bylaw at that time, it still would not necessarily be enabled or active until the PMTSA component is approved by the minister.
Great. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay. Thank you. There may be. Yes. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you so much. Again, I just want to echo Councillor Nan's comments, like very excited about the direction this is headed. I do have a couple just process questions about the market feasibility study that's already happened. So is that something that's public and available for us to review right now, or is that we're waiting for the peer review?
So through the chair to the councillor, the market feasibility study is still being completed right now. So it's not available for public consumption. The intent with the request for peer review was to ensure that what we bring forward to the public is sound and has been reviewed by another expert, essentially, before we bring it forward to the public. So they would be brought forward together, ideally.
Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, how does, and apologies if this was in the presentation, how does Bill 23 and the new cap on IZ at 5% influence where this was going? And now, like, have we changed tracks? Are we still going on the last track and we're not at that change yet?
Through the chair to the council, great question. So as you may remember from our November 29th Planning Committee meeting and the review of all the proposed changes through Bill 23, inclusionary zoning would be impacted from what was proposed at that time. The ERO posting was, I think it was posted October 26th, and then it was the posting closed on December 9th, but since then we haven't actually seen regulation changes to the Ontario regulations for inclusionary zoning. So we're still waiting on them, but we anticipate, based on everything else from the provincial government, that it will likely reflect exactly what was in that ERO posting. So the three big implications are how you define affordable housing. And so that calculation is based on an 80% average market rent or average market resale price. And then the maximum set-aside rate, so that's the inclusionary zoning percentage, that would be capped at 5%. And then the maximum affordability period, so the amount of time that a unit must be held affordable, would be 25 years. So we do anticipate that those changes will be coming forward soon. We are hoping to be able to present it confirmation on that today, but unfortunately the regulations haven't been revised.
Thank you, Senior Planner Singh.
Through
Councillor.
the chair, just seeking to understand how these forthcoming changes actually influence the RFP, if you will, or like the scope of the work. So for example, like the market price has changed in the past 8 years, market rent has doubled. And so like the time, like we're doing a snapshot lens. And so I guess my question is, if this is the report that we're going to have, and this is how we're approaching inclusionary zoning, and we may still be referencing these numbers in 2026 when we have a completely different provincial government, what track are we pursuing right now? Are we currently pursuing what we anticipate the new IZ regulations will be, and that's how we're conducting the market feasibility study? Are we doing 2 market feasibility studies, one under the what we think is coming and one under what's currently in place? Just trying to understand how this information that is really valuable and is going to form a lot of our policy is going to hold up over time and be influenced by these provincial changes. Through the chair, thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor, another really great question. So when the terms of reference for the market feasibility study was completed, we intended to look at a very robust sensitivity testing kind of analysis or framework. So we were looking at rates all the way from 0 to 40% inclusionary zoning, and what that meant at all of the 10 test sites that we've picked through all the MTSAs, the draft MTSAs. And the regulation changes that have been brought forward, the proposed regulation changes from the province, just reduces that sensitivity testing a fair bit, I guess, but it still allows us to do the work that was intended in the beginning. So it has been scaled back to a 20% maximum is what we are now looking at, so 0 to 20%. We anticipate, though, that the 5% cap will be brought forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councillor.
Through the chair, thank you so much. I think last question for me is do you see a value in still getting those numbers in a 0 to 40% range and using that as more information that we as a council have, whether that's for, through Director Stahl's department, we're doing some government relations advocacy just so we as a council can kind of assess different tools. I think in solving this affordable housing dilemma, we need to use every tool in the toolbox. And for me, at least, this is helpful if we can see, well, this is what IZs at 40% would have got us, and the province is doing 5%. That's a really compelling argument to be able to show. But if we don't have the 40% number, we're not able to put that forward. I guess it's a question more on your opinion. Is it useful to still tender the 40%, knowing that the province may not let us do that?
Through the chair to the councillor, another great question. So we anticipate that will likely come up from public consultation, and so we have built in sensitivity testing at that stage. This is again draft, so we would like to go out to the public, get stakeholder input from the development industry and the general public and all types of housing providers, and then that sensitivity analysis could be looking at a 40% IZ, and just to see what that looks like. I think it's also really important to mention that typically IZ works the best. What we've seen in other jurisdictions, it works the best where the market is the strongest. And so we do need to look at what our entire of all the opportunities where it can be applied, so all of the MTSAs that could be PMTSAs, you know, there is a variety in all of those areas. So we may not see the same rate or provisions, the standards being the same throughout. We may have to apply a different rate or have a different transition for certain areas that may have a weaker market.
Thank you. Councillor.
Through the chair, I feel like I have a much better understanding. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for those questions, Councillor Alex Wilson. Any further speakers? Seeing none, we have some recommendations before us. Oh, beg your pardon. Thank you, Senior Planner Singh. If we can have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation, moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Thumbs up from Councillor McMeekin. Thumbs up from Councillor Taddison. Thumbs up from Councillor Kretsch. Thank you again. Carried 12 to 0. Can I have a mover and a seconder? I moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. The recommendations. Any deliberation on those recommendations? Comments, changes? Seeing none, it's on the floor. Thumbs up from Councillor Taddison. Thank you. That carries 12 to 0. We're now moving on to the public hearing portion of our agenda. The public has been advised of how to pre-register to be a delegate at this portion of the agenda. Members of the public, in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act, please be advised that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Council of the City of Hamilton before Council makes a decision regarding the development applications before us today, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of the Council of the City of Hamilton to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and the person or public body may not be added as a party to the hearings of an appeal before the Ontario Land Tribunal unless, in the opinion of the tribunal, there are reasonable grounds to do so. 10.1. Applications for the Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment for the lands located at 220 and 222 Main Street West, 115 and 117 George Street, and the south portion of 107 and 109 George Street in Hamilton. This is report PED 23022. Does the committee wish to see the staff presentation? I see no. Yes? Yes, we have a member would like to see the staff presentation. Good morning.
Morning.
If you could just introduce yourself. Thank you, Elena.
So my name's Elena Baldessera. I'm planner 1 on the urban team, and I am the planner who worked on the application before you today.
It takes 2 sets of hands. Yeah. Okay. Now you take this, set yourself up over there. And what I'm going to be doing is.
To those who are viewing at home, we're just waiting for the presentation to be set up.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay. So good morning, Chairman, Planning Committee, staff, and the general public. My name's Elena Baldessera, and I'm the planner on the urban team who processed the application. So the application before you today is a zoning bylaw amendment and an urban Hamilton official plan amendment. The application is for 220 and 222 Main Street West, 115 and 117 George Street, and the south portion of 109 and 107 George Street. So this is a location map showing the limits of the property. The property is bounded by 3 streets, Main Street West, Queen Street South, and George Street, which is part of Hess Village. The proposal before you is for a 23-story tower with a 6-story podium. It'll be a mixed-use mixed-use building with commercial and residential, 152 parking spaces, and 141 bike spaces. That building is proposed to be located at the corner of Queen Street South and Main Street West, which is the diagonally hatched portion of the image. The current building at 115 and 117 George Street, which is a 2-story building, is currently in the process of being designated, and as such is being conserved and retained through this process. So on this image, it's just an aerial image showing the location of the property. There are 3 buildings on site, one at 220 Main Street West, one at 222 Main Street West, and the building I identified at 115 and 117 George Street. The building at 115 and 117 George Street will remain. There are some previous additions that were put on that will be removed. The buildings at 220 and 222 Main Street West will be demolished. As part of the application, there was a request from our cultural heritage staff to do a documentation and salvage report, as well as a commemoration plan for the 220 and 222 Main Street West buildings. And there was a conservation plan identified for 115 and 117 George Street. All of those requirements were included in a holding provision, which is also attached to the zoning bylaw amendment. So this is a concept plan showing what they're proposing, the applicants are proposing to construct. As you can see, on the corner of Queen Street South and Main Street West is the 23-story building with the 6-story podium. The access for both the driveway and parking spaces for the mixed-use building as well as the existing building on George Street will be off of Queen Street South, actually right in the middle of the 2 buildings. The building at 115 and 117 George Street will keep 5 parking spaces at the rear. So this is just a similar image, but instead shows what the ground floor would look like. So the retail proposed for Main Street and Queen Street is along Queen Street South and Main Street West, and then there is a lobby, garbage area, and some of the other requirements for the residential uses on the first floor. The access to the underground parking, as well as some of the parking in the podium, is at the back of the building, closer to the driveway at Queen Street South. There's also a driveway that accesses the proposed mixed-use medium density or mixed-use building, and that would be purely for the apartment at the building at the corner. The driveway a little north of it, right in the center of the two developments, is the access for the parking spaces for 115 George, as well as some surface parking spaces at the back corner. The southern portion of 107 and 109 that will be used for this proposal is purely the rear portion that will be used for driveway purposes. So there is an easement, access easement requirement for everybody to be able to use the lands. So this is just an elevation showing the mixed-use medium density, mixed-use building proposed. I apologize. It's 23-story tower and the 6-story podium. So this is what it would look like from the south and the west. And this is just another image for the north and the east side. So just for a little bit of context, there are some perspective images. And so what we have here is what the building would look like in relation to the heritage building that's going to be maintained at 115 and 117 George. So this is the image of what it would look like on the east side, west side as well. They would both be the building on one side and then a space for that driveway, and then the heritage building along Hess Village. And then again, on the image on the left, that's actually what you would see if you were standing on George Street, staring at the heritage buildings. Behind it would be the mixed-use building. It is a little gray, so it's a little hard to see on this image, but you would be seeing the tower behind that heritage building. And it does have a bit of a setback because of that driveway. So for context, these are just some of the site visit photos. So these are the two buildings on Main Street that are going to be demolished as part of the application. This is the image of Hess Village. So on the right-hand side, the building in the white is the building that will be retained through the application. And then again, this is the front of that building along George Street and the back of the building. And so what I wanted to show is the back of this building would be where the new parking spaces as well as the driveway would be proposed. So this is actually what's across the street on Queen Street South. It's just an existing commercial plaza. And then this is the southeast side, so across from that commercial plaza is actually another development that's currently under construction. And then the last image is directly across the street on Main. This is what you would see as the existing residential. So through the process, there was public consultation included. So in addition to the standard requirements of 120 meters being mailed out and the sign being posted, the applicants did provide opportunities for virtual public meetings. And so on January 20th, 2021, they put a project microsite up with the information for the public to see. On January 28th, 2021, they communicated with the president of the Strathcona Community Council. And then February 16th, 2021, they attended the Durand Neighborhood Association executive meeting. And then February 24th, 2021, they did a virtual public open house, and there were 23 people who attended that meeting. So that was, again, outside of the standard public notice requirements. Overall, staff is in support of this application because it meets the required provincial policies. It meets the intent of the Urban Hamilton official plan. It is compatible with the existing land uses. It represents good planning with a range of housing types as well as complete communities. It makes efficient use of existing infrastructure. And it has no sun shadow study impacts, as well as meeting the tall building guidelines of the downtown secondary plan. So thank you for attending and listening, and I will take any questions.
Thank you very much for that great presentation. Any questions from the floor? If I could ask Councillor Danko to assume the chair.
Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Planner Baldessera. Just looking for your comment. I thought I read in the original design review panel there was an express concern that at least the original application might impede the prospect of development in some of the adjoining properties, and just looking for your comment and assurance that that will not be the case now. Thank you. Through the chair.
So through the chair, there were multiple revisions that were made through the process, and one of the initial applications that was presented to Planning Committee did have more of a building connection to George Street. That has since been removed, and the driveway component doesn't have any building associated with it. So you would have that buffer from the existing heritage building on George and the 23-story tower. So there were revisions to the original proposal that DRP commented on.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I could just ask you to comment, just confirm that the vehicles would be exiting and entering via Queen Street South. Through the chair.
Through the chair, that's correct. There are 2 driveway entrances, but both are on Queen Street South.
Okay, thank you very much. A last question from me is the relationship to the public realm, particularly on Main Street. I thought I saw in the illustration the bump out at the corner of Main and Queen. Is that a responsibility we're putting on part of the developer to pay for that formal bump out? I just wanted to understand the relationship to the public realm, and looking for some assurance that it'll be better than it is now. Thank you. Through the chair.
Through the chair. So in terms of the corner of Queen Street South and Main Street West, so I just sort of re-put the image up for context, but there is a little bit of space at the corner of the building, and the details on what will be put in terms of if there's any encroachment or right-of-ways or detailed design as shown on this concept would be dealt with through the required site plan application. So that would be a separate process, and that would have the details in terms of the landscaping as well as anything in terms of benches and things like that through the public right-of-way.
Thank you. So through the chair, just so I understand that exercise at site plan, is it the expectation that the sidewalk in that realm will be better, will be wider? Thank you. Through the chair. And that's my questions.
So through the chair, in terms of the sidewalk width, that would have been reviewed by transportation planning, and they would have determined what that was. Anything additional within private property that's identified, I believe the hatched limits would be the private developer who would be responsible for that, and the details of those would be looked at the site plan stage. So this is just a concept plan at the moment.
Thank you. If I lied, I do have one more question. If I could, through the chair, look to Mr. Hollingworth. We have a number of new policies that are informing our view of the street and view of public right-of-ways, including the Complete Street Guideline. We have an effort underway, or it is in place, to make Main Street less hostile and safer. If I could ask you to comment on the possibility of this space, through the chair.
Through the chair to Councillor Wilson. Just to comment on the bump out, this plan here is something we will review. It's actually not that different than today. The intersection's kind of skewed. Yeah. Through the site plan process, we'll ensure that we look at the proposed two-way conversion of Main Street, which is being designed as we speak, and make sure that this is compatible with that and supports that, and anything we can add on through this development to improve that plan, we will do so. And also, to your point about the complete streets, I think it's essentially important that we look at the Queen Street building face to building face and make sure that we're applying the complete streets policy to improve the public realm.
Thank you. Our success of LRT is largely dependent on the ability of people to who wish to come to the stop. It's safe for them to mull around that stop and wish to live on that stop. And that means reimagining our public space in partnership with development. Thank you. I'll take the chair back. Councillor Crutch, are you on the queue? Thank you.
Thanks. I have some comments, but I think that's not for now. That's for the next bit. But I have some questions first. So, what road closures are contemplated as part of this project, if any?
So I believe that would be reviewed through the construction management plan, and that would be done by the engineering department as the site plan stage. We don't get into the necessarily details of construction at this point of the proposal.
Thanks. I wonder if we could speak to, also I'm assuming that like things about a garbage plan and the way that garbage is done, not at the site plan process also.
Yeah, so they would include the details of those at the site plan process, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, they would? Okay. So
the site where the location of garbage is, and waste does review our applications at the site plan process. So then that would be reviewed.
Thank you. I think I missed that. So that's helpful. Has there been a determination as to whether or not there's going to be private garbage removal? It'll be a combination of city and private. I ask because, of course, in Hess Village, may or may not have garbage issues. And so I want to understand how this contributes to those.
Thank you. Planner?
So I don't have an answer whether or not it's public or private pickup at this point. It may be because the building at Hess Village is staying, that would maintain its existing garbage pickup, but it might be a better question for the applicants, just if they've looked at that yet.
Okay, I only have one last question, which is probably for somebody in roads, specific to, it's more of a hypothetical question, but the ongoing conversion of Queen Street to two ways is like obviously been contemplated and talked about quite a bit. How do you see that helping to manage some of the density here? Do you think it's a positive thing, a negative thing? How will that conversion of Queen Street necessarily service this development?
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Director Hollingworth.
Yeah, through the chair, I think I forgot to introduce myself previously. Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation, Planning and Parking. In general, I think conversion from one-way to two-way on various streets will help. It reduces unnecessary circulation, provides more direct routing, as well as tends to contribute to lower travel speeds. So I think in this case, both the conversion, the council approved direction to convert Main Street to two-way, the existing recently converted Queen Street between Main and King will be a net positive. And we're also looking at conversion of other streets, including Queen Street all the way up to Barton.
Thank you.
Those are my questions for staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. That has spurred an additional question. Oh, beg your pardon. Councillor Tattison.
In your presentation, you showed development around the area. I was just wondering, it looked to me like one of the areas you said it's going to be developed was kitty corner to it. And I'm just wondering what the height of that building was, or if you have that information.
You know what? I don't have that information offhand on how tall that building is, but you are correct. It is kitty corner, so it would be the southeast corner, and this site is on the northwest corner.
Is there anyone in?
Well, I happen to know the answer to that question.
Do you?
I believe it's 23 stories.
Okay, thank you. And then through the chair to the chair, perhaps then. In that regards, would that development be commencing at the same time as this development, or are they staggered?
Thank you, Councillor.
In terms of the application, I believe it's under the site, it went through the site plan stage, but I would have to confirm if it was final approved or whether or not they have been able to pull a permit. I don't have that information offhand right now.
No more questions, and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. If I could, I beg your indulgence if I could ask Councillor Danko to assume the chair.
Go ahead.
I don't know if this is the, and I'll take your direction, the appropriate place or forum for this discussion, but Councillor Crutch's question about the impact on Queen and the long-term vision for, I hope, a conversion of it. There was a development adjacent, I believe, to this property that required the hoarding of a lane on the east side of Queen, which prolonged our efforts, delayed our efforts to convert and the Queen Street from one-way to two-way to King. And I was never clear on the process of that and who signs off on that and how that can sometimes conflict with existing council direction. I'm wondering, Planner Baldessaro, through the chair, if someone could comment on that from the bench, through the chair.
So through the chair, there are two aspects to that question. So in terms of the lane closure, sidewalk closures, those sorts of things during the construction process, as Elena mentioned, that's dealt with through the construction management plan. There are various divisions within the corporation that feed into those construction management plans. One of them is within Public Works, and they look at whether or not a temporary lane and or sidewalk closure would be permitted and for what period of time and what sort of bypasses might be required, those sorts of things. So they are one of the groups that input into that construction management plan process. So that determines what the conditions will be during construction. And then in terms of any sort of potential timing with other works required in the corridor, that tends to get dealt with at the same time. If there are known works to be done in the corridor, for example, right now we're dealing with that a lot on the LRT corridor in terms of what kinds of conditions or requirements we'd want to build in around any obstructions in the right of way when there are known city capital works that are going to be happening. Of course, there's sometimes these projects can take a number of years to build, and we don't necessarily know the construction date. I think when the applicant comes forward, they might be able to speak more to what their sort of general anticipated timing of construction would be, but sometimes capital works are identified once a project is already underway or once our construction management plan is already improved. And in those cases, we do our best with the developers to try to accommodate those city works. We sometimes build into the construction plans the sort of the authority to require removal of any obstructions so that city works can proceed. But it does, and in the case that you're talking about, we did work with the developer to remove the impediments from the corridor as quickly as they could, so that the rest of that two-way conversion could proceed. But yes, given that the project was already underway, we did have to wait until that work was clear in order to finish the two-way conversion.
Thank you, Chair. I'll assume the chair back. Any further questions for Planner Baldessaro? Seeing none. Thank you very much for your presentation today. It was very good. If I could have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Thumbs up from Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. That carries 12-0. It's this part of the deliberation which I recognize the agent who is here on behalf of the development. Mr. David Folletta is in attendance today. Good morning. It's this part of the agenda which I have to seek public comment from Mr. Filletta on whether he is in support of the staff recommendation or not into the public record.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. We're in full support of staff recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this agent?
I do. It was queued up, but okay, thank you.
For those who are following along, we're just waiting for the presentation that will be offered to us from Mr. Filletta, who is the agent for the developer.
So you'll use the mouse to scroll through the presentation.
Great, thank you. Maybe I'll just do. Thank you, and I'll be brief. I won't repeat anything Elena said. So thank you, Chair, members of committee and staff and the public watching. My name is David Filletta, and I am a registered professional planner with Bousfields. We are the planning consultant to Colterra Developments, who is the applicant for these applications before you. Really want to start by thanking staff, and specifically Elena, Anna Crucero, Chloe, Richard, Reno Del Bello, Anita Fayback, and Steve Robichaud for their work on this file. They've been very helpful to evolve the application to what is before you today. In terms of what I plan on speaking to you about today, I'll focus on some background on the applications, provide the evolution of the project, the site's context, the applicable planning framework, and then the proposal. So here we go. What's before you today is just a summary of all the key dates that occurred throughout this process. It began back in June of 2019 with a formal consultation submission. Then the application was formally submitted in 2020 with some public consultation occurring in 2021. And there was quite a significant change to the application throughout 2021 and 2022. And we'll go through that for you today. As you see, the first image on your left is the project that was submitted as part of the pre-consultation or the formal consultation process. You can see that there's a large mid-rise section, a larger floor plate, and then a very strong brick podium. That then evolved to what was submitted in 2022, which is the concept to the right. Again, a big mid-rise section that pulled all the way back to George Street. Similarly, the concept was again updated in July of 2020, and again, it still maintained sort of a mid-rise section that stepped down to the properties to the west. It also had a larger floor plate and more of a modern design element. Fast forward to what's before you today. That's the February 2022 concept. You'll see that it's basically a single point tower above a 6-story podium with a brick base to really reinforce that datum line for the surrounding properties. I just wanted to really highlight the fact that staff's input from the design review panel really evolved the application to what is before you today, which we think is supportive from staff and what we think represents good planning and meets the intent of the guidelines. I think we all know the site very well. Just wanted to highlight the fact that it is at the western edge of the downtown, represents a gateway location. And as we know, the southwest corner is also approved for a 23-story tower. So it does represent a cluster that brings you into the downtown core, which we think is important. Elena did a great job really highlighting the surrounding context. We just kind of zoom into the site here on this slide. And what we want to do is highlight the fact that it is a corner. Main Street's very wide. And there is a lot of development activity that's occurring around here. And I think it's very exciting for the city to see lots of development projects. And we know just kind of to the east, we've got the McMaster Graduate Student Residence Building that's going up, the George Street Building that is up, as well as the Varancourt Building to the north of that, which is under construction. We also have the building at the southeast corner of Queen and King, the former church site, which is developed. So showing an investment into the downtown and the evolution of the downtown is important. So making sure we get it right is also very much important. Elena highlighted that the subject site is within the Downtown Urban Growth Center, which is an area that's very much planned to accommodate the projected and planned growth of the city, a significant portion of that, not only the residential population, but also the employment and jobs. In terms of land use designation, it's the downtown mixed use area, so it's an area that's planned for a mix of uses, and the proposal before you today does conform to those use permissions. The zoning, the current zoning on site, it's dual zoned. It's got the D1 zoning to the south and the D2 zoning to the north. So I just wanted to highlight the fact of what the planning framework is encouraging on this site. It's encouraging and planning for a mix of uses, higher intensity, and the redesignation before you is to go from a mid-rise building basically to a tall building. And as Elena highlighted, there's a planning framework within your downtown Hamilton secondary plan that outlines what an appropriate tall building location is, and then your tall building guidelines provide some additional guidance in terms of how tall buildings are to be applied within the downtown core. And the slide before you again shows the original submission and how it's evolved to today. Again, the mid-rise sections have been pulled apart. The tower floor plate has been shrunk. We've got a really delineated podium and point tower, as well as a brick base within that podium that really responds to the surrounding context. Also highlighting the fact that there's 282 residential units, 854 square meters of commercial retail on the ground floor, and then a variety of other elements, including a significant amount of amenity space, not only within balconies, but communal amenity space within the building. Elena walked you through the site plan. Just want to reinforce the fact that those earlier proposals were evolved to really separate the building from those existing low-rise heritage buildings along George Street. So you see a functional break, and that creates a setback, creates, as we've heard before this committee before, some space for those buildings to breathe. And that also provides and cleans up the rear of those existing heritage buildings on George Street. So we'll see it kind of consolidated within a new and updated laneway that provides access to the rear of those buildings, as well as some surface parking for those buildings. We heard today about the improvements to the public realm. We also agree that it's very important that this public realm be updated. So we've allowed for street trees as well as some enhanced paving along those streets. We know that urban braille will be a requirement within the updated boulevards along both Main and Queen Street, and we are obviously partaking in that, and those details, as you've heard earlier, will be confirmed through the approved site plan stage. Let me see if I can go back here. Elena showed you some black and white images. We just wanted to highlight the fact that we do have some conceptual 3D views for you. It really highlights the current vision for the site. So again, highlighting the 6-story base, as well as the really slender tower floor plate above, with lots of glass components as well as masonry components to highlight it. So just trying to give you another picture of what this thing will look like. Some additional views. You'll see that there's a large amenity space, which is along the eastern boundary of the site, provides really great space for sun access for the residents of this building, which we again think it's very important. And this is just the last view, really showing that separation and the view from the opposite side of Queen Street, looking, I guess it would be southeast. And again, really shows the separation between those Main Street buildings, or so those George Street buildings and the proposed building before you today. And that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions at this time. Actually, before I do, I do have just a couple of minor comments and edits to the bylaw before you. I've spoken to Elena yesterday about this. We just need some very, very, very minor tweaks to the bylaw with respect to how it defines the properties at 107, 109, and 115 and 117. We just would prefer that section 1 of the bylaw be updated to confirm that only the rear portions of those properties are being rezoned, and that the buildings at 107, 109, 115, and 117 will maintain their current zoning. It's legible in the bylaw map. We just want to make sure that administratively that it can be cleaned up. So again, I'd be happy to answer questions at this time.
Thank you very much. I believe you know it's not the practice of this committee to entertain amendments at this time in our deliberations. And so to your request, I will have to look for staff and whether those can be entertained at a different time or at this time. Thank you. Thank you very much. Councillor Wang.
Thank you for your presentation. And through you, Chair, I don't know if I missed it, but I just wanted a point of clarification. What are the heritage properties going to be? And I think you just kind of answered it, which is they're going to keep their original zoning. So does the app developer know what they want those to be? Because right now they're both vacant, aren't they? So.
Thank you, Councillor.
Through you, Chair Wilson, those buildings at 107 and 109 are currently vacant, and they provide the current zoning allows for a full range of commercial uses. They have not yet been leased out. The plan is to put them to market and identify which of the permitted uses is the most appropriate, and then go through the appropriate channels, maintain and obtain required building permits to put those units in there. We just want to be sure that the zoning isn't changing and that those full range of uses are permitted. The mapping illustrates that. We know that most people will interpret it that way. It's just a very minor tweak to the bylaw to say the rear portions of 107 and 109. And again, I know typically that happens between planning committee and council, but we just wanted to put that on the floor today and just make everybody aware of it. It was a very last minute review, and that's an apology from myself.
So then again, what do they want to do with like 115, 117, 107, 109? What do they want to do? What is the estimated plan?
Thank you.
Through you, Chair Wilson, the buildings will be maintained the way they are. It's just the internal of the units will be used for commercial uses.
Okay.
My apologies for not answering it clearly the first time.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cretch.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask, I think, some of the questions I asked earlier to you, in case you know the answer. I realize that these things usually wait till later on, but any insight we have now would be helpful. Do you know what the plan for dealing with garbage is? Has it been sort of sorted out, or?
Through you, Chair Wilson, to the councillor, yes, the intent is to use private waste haulers that will come in through the underground parking, and we've demonstrated that through the rezoning process that a private waste hauler can enter the building, maneuver within the building, and utilize the loading area to remove garbage. Unfortunately, there isn't enough space to do it with public pickup, just because the requirements are much larger. They're bigger vehicles and they can't reverse, for example. So there are different design requirements, but we are able to do it through private waste haulers.
Councillor.
Thanks, that's very helpful. There's a large picture of different kinds of garbage disposal issues in the area, so this just helps me understand what the future looks like, because there's lots of discussions that I'm having with staff right now about like garbage in Hess Village in general. I noticed that the renderings are nice. Let me start there. Renderings are nice, like just generally, sure, it's great to have a visual representation of the building. But they're also fictive in many ways. What we see isn't always what we get. I noticed the iterations of the building that you presented in your presentation. One was like sort of, this sort of Super Nintendo version, and then we got, a little bit grainy, and then we got something a little bit clearer, and then as time went on, it was like color. But then, which, gosh, do we ever need color on buildings downtown? So my question to you is like, will there be color in the end?
To the agent?
Through you, Chair Wilson, to the councillor. That's a great question, and I will tell you that staff has done a fantastic job, really helping to push the application along, to add more color, to add more different masonry elements. Again, we have to go through the required site plan approval process, and through that process, we will be creating a material board, and all of those elements will be approved by council. So I can't stand before you today to tell you exactly what those colors will be. It has to go through that process to confirm. But we are hopeful that there will be lots of great colors. And I'll add one more thing about the garbage. I think the proposed laneway behind 107 and 109 will help clean up that area and really give additional space so that private waste haulers can get back there and clean up the garbage of those buildings as well.
Thanks. I understood what you were saying there, and the intent is that there will be colors. That was only my which colors. Like that's not for me, but there'll be colors. That's helpful. That's the intent you're putting forward here. In terms of the laneway is my last point, and then talking about protected pedestrian infrastructure. Those two things kind of together. It seems like you're maintaining public access to this laneway based on what I can see there, and this is going to be open, and you're not going to be closing this laneway portion in any way, shape, or form. I just wanted to flag that for anybody who's thinking about it. And so that makes me really think about protected pedestrian infrastructure and closing bits of the road. And then what happens to when you close those bits of the road, you close bits of the sidewalk, and then what happens to pedestrians? Like, so a big issue downtown, and something I'm just starting to dig into as staff now, is how we ensure two things. Pedestrian infrastructure is maintained. So if you close a sidewalk, you open a new sidewalk on the road. Like we do, like you see everywhere in Toronto all the time, and that pedestrian infrastructure is protected pedestrian infrastructure. So what is the intent at this point in terms of any road closures or lane closures, any kinds of infrastructure? What's the standard you're going to be adhering to in this development?
Agent?
Through you, Chair Wilson, to the councillor. It's really too early to tell. We still have to go through the required site plan stage, and through that stage, you really get into the details of the building and how it's actually going to be constructed. And through that process, we'll work with staff to create a construction management plan to ensure that those pedestrian elements are maintained, and come up with a plan that really does make sense. And it also obviously has a public consultation. Not public consultation, but public awareness element. So there will be elements that require you to post, phone numbers on the site to make sure that if there's any issues with the site during construction, that somebody will be responsive to those concerns. So it's too early to tell, unfortunately, but once we have those ideas, we will work with staff to implement them.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks. Those are my questions. I have a comment, but I'll save it for the comment party.
Thank you. Councillor Taddison.
Through the chair, thank you for your presentation. Is there any way we could go back to a slide that shows the, come around again, the backside, kind of coming down? Okay, perfect, right there. I noticed in your presentation, in one of your charts, you said that you went from 2020, where you had balcony space of 1,207 meters squared, and then you ended up with 1,015 meters squared. What's the functional difference? Is that communal space, or is that balcony space above? What's the difference in where that 192 meters squares was lost?
Mr. Filetta?
Through you, Chair Wilson, to the councillor, it's correct. It's basically a removal of some of the balconies on the tower component. So you'll see that there's limitations in terms of the balconies don't go all the way around the tower. Instead, they're limited and they're inset, which means that they have built form around them, so they're inset between two building elements. So that's the difference. They've basically been reduced to increase the amount of glazing and building elements projecting beyond it. However, there is more communal amenity space than in previous iterations.
Councillor?
No more questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none? No? Okay, thank you. If I can have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent. Moved by Councillor Paul, seconded by Councillor Taddison. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Thank you. That carries 11-0. Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting on this item? Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to this item? Are there any members of the public that wish to speak at this public meeting on this item? Thank you. I don't see there's anyone. I need a mover and a seconder that the written submissions were received and considered by the committee and that the public meeting be closed. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Beattie. That carries 11-0. Thank you. We're now on the report recommendations. I believe Councillor Crutch had indicated he wished to make a comment in advance of that consideration. I'll recognize Councillor Crutch.
Thanks. My comments just about the development in general. There's been a lot of consultation on this development. It's now 2.5 years old from its application. Not a lot to say about this, to be honest, except for I just want to encourage, I know we're currently in a transition downtown. There's a lot going on. We're moving standards, changing building, the way we do things, how we ask developers to adhere to those standards. While we're going through that process, I'm just going to ask, that we really be mindful, whoever is through the process, to protect the pedestrian infrastructure downtown. I can't say this enough. There are currently sites and past urban sites where there's just no overhead protection. Cranes are in operation. Last thing I think anybody wants to see is an accident happen, firstly. That's the first thing I think about, is the fact that the spaces have to be protected, but they have to exist first, right? So when you take a sidewalk away sometimes, and it's going on right now in Ward 2, there isn't a sidewalk replaced there. Main Street is already extraordinarily dangerous. It's extraordinarily difficult to get around. I think twice about walking my dog on Main Street pretty much ever. I live right on Main Street pretty much. So I just want to say that it's already a very dangerous environment, and construction and development makes that exponentially more dangerous because it's a distraction. So making this really, really easy for pedestrians to continue to get around, and especially in a walkable district like Hess Village, around that area, it's also really important because a lot of people use the streets around there to get around, to avoid these main streets. So I just want to really emphasize that. I know in the past people have said, well, the city doesn't have requirements for us to do X and Y and Z. Cool. Do it anyways. Protect pedestrians until we can get there and get those requirements put into bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further comments from the committee members? I'm going to use the prerogative of the chair just to ask a question to GM Thorne, and he can delegate it accordingly. There was a request made for an amendment which the practice has been not to entertain at this stage. And I'm wishing if you could give us some information on that request and how we would handle it. Thank you.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, I'll let Anita speak to this, the substance of the request. You're quite right. It's our practice that we don't typically entertain at planning committee requests on the floor for amendments. And to avoid that situation is why we actually do circulate the proposed zoning language well in advance of the planning committee so the applicants can review it and make sure that it is in keeping with what they are seeking. With respect to this specific request, I'll go to Anita in terms of whether or not there's any staff concerns with what was proposed.
Thank you.
Through the chair, the request from the applicant is to change, I'll call it the introductory language of the bylaw to specifically refer to the rear portion of the properties that front onto George Street. We don't feel that the requested change is necessary, that the bylaw must always be read in conjunction with the Schedule A. The Schedule A is the map that's attached, and the map that is attached to the bylaw specifically visually identifies the rear portion of those properties as well as in writing. So we don't feel that the change is warranted. A bylaw cannot be read without reading. You can't read the text without the map, so they go together. So combined, they clearly identify which lands are being rezoned.
Thank you. As your chair, I'm very satisfied with that answer. And again, we do not, in my opinion, wish to get into the habit of entertaining amendments at this part of our deliberations. So thank you to staff for that information. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations? Moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor Wang. Thumbs up from Councillor Spadafora. Yep. Okay, thank you. Funky screen, but yep, thank you. That carries 12-0. Thank you. We're on to discussion items. 11.1. We're good? Yeah. 11.1, application for revised draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 74, 78, 90, and 96 Parkside Drive in Flamborough. This is report number PED 23023. Would committee wish to see the staff presentation? Councillor McMeekin, would you wish to see the staff presentation, sir?
Yes, I think a brief presentation would be helpful given the massive nature of what I consider a very good planning proposal.
Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, this is.
Okay, can you pick your presentation, please?
Yeah, it's right here.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
turn on the slideshow?
There it is.
You got it?
Yep.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Thanks a lot.
No problem. I know it's a hassle. There you go. You're all set.
Okay. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee, staff, and public in attendance. My name is Charlie Toman, Senior Project Manager in the Development Planning Branch. Today I will be discussing a application for a major revision to a draft plan of subdivision for lands located at 74, 78, 90, and 96 Parkside Drive. With this presentation, it's important to note that major subdivision revisions require City Council approval. However, under the Planning Act, a statutory public meeting is not required. These subject lands are located within the Flamborough Power Center North Business Park. They're approximately 9.29 hectares in size and are currently vacant. The outline of the subject lands are shown here. The subject lands are southeast of Parkside Drive, northeast of Clapperton Avenue, and west of Enterprise Crescent. And as you can see on this aerial photo, Enterprise Crescent is currently built out with a hammerhead turnaround at the end of it. This aerial photo also illustrates the surrounding land uses. The lands are adjacent to detached dwellings to the north, employment uses to the east and south, and to the west, on the other side of Parkside Drive, those lands are rural. The majority of the subject lands are zoned General Business Park M2 zone and Prestige Business Park M3 zone with site-specific modifications. These zones allow a range of employment uses, including manufacturing, research and development establishments, and warehouses. As you can see on this zoning map, there's also a strip of land located between the employment lands and the rural land, the residential lands to the north that are zoned conservation hazard P5, and those lands are to protect for an existing pipeline corridor. The subject lands are located within draft plan of subdivision 25T 201507, which received draft plan approval in 2018 and is shown in its entirety here. The first phase of the subdivision was registered in January 2021, which includes the majority of the lands within the draft plan of a subdivision. Everything out the side of the yellow area are currently registered. The major revision application only applies to the second phase, shown in yellow. And the approved draft plan of subdivision also included the extension of Street B, which is currently known as Enterprise Crescent, to connect back to Clapperton Avenue as is shown in red on this map. This planned extension is the major focus of the application. This slide shows the proposed revision to the draft plan of subdivision, which removes the extension of Street B from Enterprise Crescent back to Clapperton Avenue, resulting in the existing turnaround at the end of Enterprise Crescent becoming permanent. The revision would result in the creation of 2 blocks. It's a bit hard to read on the screen, but all of the employment land zones, the vast majority of the site would be block at 20, which could be divided in the future through future severance applications to create smaller lots with accesses off of Clapperton Avenue. Block 21, which relates to the P5, the existing pipeline corridor, is also shown here. And with that block, it's important to note that there is no change proposed through this revision. The applicant has advised that the revision is required to facilitate the creation of larger lots to attract large-scale manufacturing and employment developments. Next, a few site photos. First, here's a photo looking south towards the intersection of Enterprise and Crescent and the Clapperton Avenue. You can see across the street there are recent employment developments, including the Stryker building shown on the photo. Let's get that one. Next, this is looking west towards the subject lands from Enterprise Crescent, and you can see the extension of Clapperton Avenue to the left side of the screen. This photo is taken north at the end of the Enterprise Crescent existing turnaround, looking beyond the subject lands to the detached dwellings on the other side of the existing pipeline. And then finally, this is a photo also looking north towards the subject lands. This photo is taken about halfway between Enterprise Crescent and the Park Side Drive, and from Clapperton Avenue. With this application, it's important to note that under the Planning Act, circulation to properties within 120 meters of the subject lands is not required to revision to a draft approved plan of subdivision. The application was circulated to city departments and external review agencies for comment. No objections were received, with transportation planning and engineering staff identifying updated special additions to the draft plan approval related to servicing, stormwater management, and the pavement markings. And those updated special conditions are included in the Appendix F to staff's report. The proposal has merit and can be supported, as it is consistent with the provincial policy statement and conforms to a place to grow, a growth plan for the greater Golden Horseshoe, as well as it conforms to the Urban Hamilton official plan. It will provide for larger employment land parcels in response to shifting market demands. It makes efficient use of existing land and infrastructure. And the proposed revision is compatible with the existing developments in the immediate area with respect to size, scale, and uses. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Planner Thoman. Appreciate your presentation. It was very good. Are there any questions of Planner Thoman? Councillor McMeekin, you have a hand icon up, and I'm not sure whether that was from before or whether you have a question or a comment. And you're muted, but you have to unmute yourself.
We'll do so. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Wilson and Planner Thoman. I just want to express my appreciation. I've now had at least 2.5 substantive go-throughs on this major undertaking, which when seen in the fullness of some of the related and necessary and close chessboard pieces is going to have a major economic influence. I'm aware that 1/3 of people employed in the city of Hamilton are employed in commercial industrial parks or in close proximity to same, and this would be a good adjunct proposal moving forward. My understanding, not only is it substantive and comprehensive, but it sets the stage for, and is a significant part of a larger puzzle, which will see some major transformation of transportation corridor there at the 5 and 6. There's some major planning going on there, and some other economic and housing mid-rise, primarily housing developments, which will bring some additional much-needed housing to the area. Obviously, I understand from looking at the several plans in concert, 3,000 plus new jobs. And I think anything that brings jobs and housing and economic growth to a community in a safer spot away from the urban core is helpful. And as I say, I appreciate the background information. I'm convinced that this is a very positive development for our city and indeed the Waterdown community and those who are attracted to the concept of living and working in the same neighborhood. And I support it enthusiastically. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment, no further questions of the Planner Toman, if I can have a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation, moved by Councillor Spadafora, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Thank you. Carries 12-0. We have Jerry Schisler from MHBC Planning in attendance today. Good morning. If you could advise into the public record whether you are in support of the staff recommendation.
We are in support. We reviewed the recommendation and the special conditions, and we support the staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much for doing so. Any questions of the agent? Seeing none, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation from the agent? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. The vote is up. That carries 12-0. May I have a mover and a seconder that there were no written submissions received by the committee? Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Beattie. That carries 12-0. A mover and a seconder to approve the report recommendations. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Thank you. That carries 12-0. Thank you to staff who worked on that file on behalf of the city. We're on to 11.2, provincial amendments to the Greenbelt Plan, which is report PED 23046. Committee wish to see the staff presentation. Yes, of course. Thank you.
mouse isn't working. Yeah, it should work. Hang on, stop moving. Oh, sorry. Okay, there you go. Are we good? There's no cursor. Lauren? There's no cursor. Oh, so you need to go, there it is. No, I couldn't find it. Either way, there's a bunch of different ways to get there. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair and members of committee staff and members of the public who might be watching online. My name is Christine Newbold. I'm the manager of the Sustainable Communities section in the Planning Division in Planning and Economic Development Department. I'm going to provide you with a short presentation on the information provided to you in this report, PED 23046. That report is an information report and is going to provide you with additional information on the December decision of the province to remove the lands from the Greenbelt Plan. The report provides some details on the policy framework that applies to the lands and the implications for the lands should housing development be pursued. I'll give you a brief presentation now, and then there's other staff who are in attendance here as well as online that would be happy to answer questions you might have. So to remind us all of the background, on November 4th, the province proposed amendments to the Greenbelt Plan and the Greenbelt Boundary Area Regulation through 2 Environmental Registry of Ontario postings. The province proposed to remove approximately 7,400 acres of land from the Greenbelt Plan to facilitate housing development. In Hamilton, 795 hectares, or 960 acres, were proposed to be removed. The ERO postings noted that the removals support the goals of the province to build 1.5 million homes over the next 10 years. There is an expectation that the lands would develop in the very short term, with significant progress to be made on approvals and implementation by the end of 2023, and construction to begin no later than 2025. The necessary infrastructure that would be required for the development would be upfronted by the proponents, and if those conditions were not met, the province would begin the process to return the lands back to the Greenbelt. On December 16th, 2022, the province issued its decision. All lands that were proposed for removal in the City of Hamilton have been removed from the Greenbelt Plan area, and there was no further direction from the province provided to clarify expectations of progress towards approvals as part of that decision, and the details of the process to return the lands back to the Greenbelt Plan area if progress was not made was also not provided. So now that the province decision has been made, it's important to understand the local policy context for these lands. And just to remind us where these lands are, I have 3 location slides here. The 3 parcels are the Book Road lands here, located in Ancaster, south of Garner Road, west of Fiddler's Green, and east of Shaver Road. The White Church lands, which should not be confused with the area within our new growth area, which is also referred to as the White Church lands. But these Greenbelt removal White Church lands are located south of White Church Road East, west of Miles Road North, west of Miles Road, north of Chippewa Road East, and east of Upper James. And those are adjacent to the Mount Hope Secondary Plan area. And finally, the 50 Road lands, a parcel much smaller than the others, only 4 hectares, is located in Stony Creek at the northwest corner of Barton Street and 50 Road. And just to note on this slide that the lands are the small parcel on the left side of the screen. And the other hatched line is in the town of Grimsby, another proposed removal that was indeed removed from the Greenbelt Plan. So this map, which is Appendix A in your report, shows the lands removed from the Greenbelt in the context of the city's urban structure and future growth areas. And just to confirm, this is not a map that is found in the Urban Hamilton official plan. It's illustrative only. The new growth areas approved through the minister's decision on the comprehensive review official plan amendments last November are shown as the hatched overlay over the urban area. The area shown as neighborhoods. The former Greenbelt lands are shown by the honeycomb patterns, and those lands are not within the urban boundary. They're not in the urban area. They remain outside of the boundary and are therefore subject to the policy framework of the Rural Hamilton official plan. So this information report identifies some of the key policy directions in the Rural Hamilton official plan, or the RHOP, that have implications for the development of the lands removed from the Greenbelt plan for housing, and I'll summarize those for you now. So the Rural Hamilton official plan aligns with the provincial policies to protect rural areas for a viable agricultural economy. The policy framework of the Rural Hamilton official plan is based on the principle that agricultural uses are the primary long-term land use in the rural area, and land use policies provide a secure land base for the agricultural activity. This slide shows the designations on the lands that were removed from the Greenbelt. So agricultural, rural, and specialty crop designations permit agricultural uses and agricultural-related uses and on-farm secondary uses. The rural designation, in addition, also permits resource-based rural uses and institutional uses that serve the rural community. And there are policies in the Rural Hamilton official plan, they're quoted in the report, that say lands designated agriculture, specialty crop, or rural cannot be redesignated for non-agricultural uses except for expansions to the urban boundary through a municipal comprehensive review. Phase 1 of Hamilton's Municipal Comprehensive Review addressed the land needs for growth and has concluded through the Minister's approval of OPAs 167 and 43, the urban and rural amendments. The Minister's decision included urban boundary expansions, as we all know, and the next phase of the MCR will not be addressing urban boundary or growth. So based on the analysis undertaken by staff to implement the no urban boundary expansion that was adopted by Council in 2021, there are sufficient opportunities to accommodate the projected growth in households in Hamilton to 2051, in addition to the urban boundary expansion areas approved by the Minister last November. So no additional lands are needed to meet the projected housing needs. I think I skipped a slide. Sorry, I need to go back. Or I'll just keep going. Following this, this slide here highlights some of the key policies from the Rural Hamilton official plan that apply to the lands removed from the Greenbelt plan. This map shows clips of the RHOP schedules that illustrate some of the policy context for the former Greenbelt lands. Most notably, you see on the Book Road lands, on the I guess the westerly most Greenbelt removal area, there are several natural heritage features that are located on the lands, as well as the noise exposure forecasts relating to airport. The Whitechurch lands show the presence of streams, and the 50 Road lands do not show any mapped features. So the Greenbelt plan, or the Greenbelt Act, requires that municipalities conform with the protected countryside policies of the Greenbelt plan. The Rural Hamilton official plan therefore includes policies policies for the lands in the Greenbelt area, and also designates lands within the Greenbelt plan designation, with Greenbelt plan designations within our rural official plan. So there are local designations that also apply to the lands. But similarly, the Greenbelt Natural Heritage System lands are identified on the B series of schedules in the plan, showing natural heritage features. Now, because the Greenbelt plan designations are included in the policies and lands are designated or identified on the schedules of the plan of the RHOP, amendments to the RHOP must be made to remove those designations and uncouple those lands from the Greenbelt policies. Those amendments are to occur, we will be pursuing those as part of Phase 2 of the Municipal Comprehensive Review, which addresses the rural conformity and is anticipated for completion later this year. So the natural heritage policies in the RHOP direct the protection, restoration, and enhancement of natural features, natural systems to ensure a healthy functioning ecosystem. The natural heritage features are identified on Book Road and include core areas, linkages, significant woodlands, wetlands, environmentally significant areas, lakes and littoral zones, and streams. Streams are identified on the Whitechurch lands, and where development is proposed within or adjacent to natural heritage features, the policies of the RHOP require environmental impact statements to be prepared and demonstrate no negative impact on those features or ecological functions. EIS establishes and confirms vegetation protection zones, which are buffers to protect features. For larger scale development, however, analysis of natural heritage features is usually done through subwatershed studies to identify and characterize the natural heritage features for the purposes of planning for stormwater management at a larger scale. These studies are typically done on tracts of land within the urban area, and those studies are larger and they take longer than an individual EIS may take. The airport policies impact only the Book Road lands. The RHOP policies support the continued development of the airport as a major economic node and transportation facilities. Policies restrict development that are noise or land use sensitive to the airport operations. The RHOP identifies a noise exposure forecast contour, which are the sound levels from airport operations at different distances from the airport. New residential and sensitive uses in areas exceeding the 28 NEF are prohibited, and a significant area of Book Road lands are in areas where NEF is greater than 28, where housing development would not be permitted. Finally, the servicing policies of both the UHOP and the RHOP are important to note as they relate to lands removed from the Greenbelt Plan. The rural policies require all development to occur on sustainable private services. Wells and septics are generally expected for rural development. Extension of lake-based municipal water and wastewater systems outside the urban boundary are prohibited by the policies of both the urban and the rural official plans. And the development of the former Greenbelt lands for significant housing as envisioned by the province would require full urban services, which are provided only in urban areas. So there are, of course, many other policies in the Rural Hamilton Official Plan that apply to the lands. However, the policies I focused on here are on the policy areas which create more challenges for development of the former Greenbelt lands for housing within the timeframes expected by the province. The rural and urban land use policy frameworks do not support or recognize or facilitate the lands removed from the Greenbelt to be developed for housing. Substantial policy amendments and then studies would be required to move these lands towards housing, and it is unlikely that those processes and studies could be completed in timeframes expected by the province. However, there does remain some uncertainty in how the province will ultimately respond to the properties where they are not able to meet that very near-term expectation or significant progress, and we can't predict what may ultimately happen on these lands or future provincial directions that may come forward regarding these lands. But we do know that if those lands develop for housing, it will have implications on future growth planning here in the city, and we must keep that in mind. We know there is sufficient land supply within our urban boundary to accommodate our 2051 growth forecasts, and we do not need any more land to meet our growth targets. As Jason has identified in his budget presentation last week, we are moving forward very focused on a work plan and budget for growth within our pre-OPA 167 boundary. But at the same time, staff are currently considering approaches to planning in the new growth areas within the urban boundary, including secondary planning and servicing approaches, and those will come forward to committee this spring. So currently, the lands removed from the Greenbelt remain outside our growth planning considerations, but we should be aware that the approach for planning and servicing in our growth areas may need to respond should there be activity on these urban Greenbelt area removals. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Planner Newbold. We have two speakers thus far, Councillor Alex Wilson, and in the bullpen, Councillor Danko. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you so much. And through the chair, I have a couple of questions. I may have to go on again. I'll try and be quick. And thank you so much for the presentation. I think really helpful in getting all of our minds around what these changes are and what some of those impacts are. And just so I better understand, just a quick question of clarification. Are we confident that we can meet the province's housing target within the urban area passed by the past council and what we submitted as our OPA, not what the province changed it to be? Or are we confident that we can meet the new province's target for housing in the provincially defined urban Hamilton area separate from Greenbelt expansions? Thank you.
So following Council's urban decision of no urban boundary, we did initial analysis, and actually earlier in 21 we did analysis on the intensification potential within that existing urban boundary, and found that we do have sufficient supply over the long term that would support the growth within the urban boundary. Now, with the expansion areas, of course, we do have additional lands that would be could be developed for further housing.
Thank you so much. Just a note on clarification in the report, it reads to me a little differently that because of the province's forced urban expansion, now we have enough lands. And so just a note on clarification, if that is what we say, and it's kind of a three-tiered process, that we are confident we can meet it in the smallest urban boundary. We're exceptionally confident we can meet it in the expanded urban boundary. And so there's really no need for this third expansion. Just again, and maybe a note on language, or it read a little differently to me in the report that we required the province's push in order to meet that target. That's not the case though, correct?
The push on the Greenbelt lands?
No, just the original expansion of the urban boundary to include what would have historically been White Belt lands.
No, we had put in place a policy framework that supported the no urban boundary expansion, and we're moving forward on policy and zoning initiatives and other initiatives to achieve growth within that existing urban boundary.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think we're on the same page. I think it's just a clarification in the report writing. So thank you so much.
I apologize for any wonky writing.
That's okay. And I right at the end there's this conversation about how pursuing these parallel tracks in the report, it's going to talk about the costs that are there. Could you just elaborate a little bit more about, through the chair, why are we getting these costs through this parallel process, or what some of those costs may look like?
Through the chair, and I will also defer to our colleagues in growth management or public works and the master plan group. I wasn't saying that there are existing costs. If we have to do multiple streams of analysis, there may be, but at this point, no. The work is that we're doing. There's the work. I can't speak for growth management about or public works for their budgets. So, but that work is moving forward based on our existing growth areas.
Would there additional comment from the bench on that, please?
Yeah. So through the chair, I think we're in a bit of a difficult position at the moment. So we have, as Christine noted, and as I mentioned when I was doing the budget presentation, our work plan for 2023 has been built around, and our policy priorities, our infrastructure priorities, has been built around implementing that council direction around no urban boundary expansion. And we had begun some of that policy work. There's still some more to be done, but that has been our focus. We are looking to come back in front of council in the spring, because it's a decision that'll have to get made soon, in terms of how we are going to accommodate planning for growth in the new urban boundary expansion areas. I'll start there. As I noted when I was doing the budget presentation, there is a requirement to do a secondary plan prior to development happening. That could be something that the city leads. That could be something that the landowners themselves organize and submit as a developer-initiated secondary plan. So that's an important kind of policy and I would say strategic decision of council as to how we approach that. And then tied to that then will be the master planning work. So where Christine's talking about potential parallel work is we may be in a situation where we are planning for both in terms of land use and servicing a council-directed growth strategy, but also having to be ready to respond should other landowners come forward with their own applications that are outside of that strategy. So that's the difficult thing that we're trying to kind of reconcile, and where this potential for whether it's parallel streams of work or some sensitivities built into the work, we're not quite sure yet. But that's the kind of piece that we're wrestling with at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, through the chair. I think that really clarifies some of the hurdles that our planning department and that our staff are now working through. I'll point out that it's Red Tape Reduction Awareness Week in the province. So that's a facetious comment, but, and you know, in the spirit of that, through the chair to GM Thorne, would you describe this process as collaborative or a coordinated approach to working with municipalities on this?
Thank you, GM Thorne.
Through the chair, that's a bit of a difficult one to answer. I think a path has been set for us by the province in terms of the modifications they made to our official plan amendment, and now it's our obligation to sort of build our policy framework around that. So maybe I'll just leave it there.
Thank you, GM Thorne. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Through you to the chair, and apologies, I'm jumping around a little bit here. I just want to focus on the amendments that were made to our official plan, our rural official plan in OPA 34 that specifically talk about where, some of these changes to the urban boundary and et cetera. Are there any changes in OPA 34 that staff are aware of that provincial changes in OPA 34 that don't that don't mention the urban boundary expansion? Or all of the amendments that are provincially initiated in OPA 34 about the Greenbelt expansion, about our urban boundary, rather?
Through the chair, the amendments that the province made were related to the urban boundary. There were only a few rural amendments. I do have to go back and remind myself, though.
Yeah, thank you. That does help clarify. And so my last two questions are kind of about pulling out and stepping outside of a planning context for a little bit and thinking about this issue holistically. So we know we've declared a climate emergency. We also know we're in a 6th mass extinction event when it comes to biodiversity. I understand that this report is coming from a planning lens, and from a planning lens, there's not necessarily a professional standard to talk about climate or biodiversity, and that's why we have some things coming forward like a biodiversity action plan. What recommendations or what kind of notes when we think about the climate emergency that this city has recognized, or we think about the biodiversity collapse that is happening, would be layered on top of this report that's already here? Because this focuses on very narrow natural heritage features that are defined via the Planning Act, and I understand that narrowness. As a holistic body, we have to also think beyond just professional standards for planners. And so are there any comments on the biodiversity or climate fronts with respect to these Greenbelt changes?
Thank you. Planner?
I'll attempt that one. That's a big question. But yes, the other strategies that come forward are illustrating certainly the importance of the various components of growing sustainably, of protecting natural areas. And those directions are actually also found in our official plans. They may provide additional context around it, or if there are strategies, they'll come through additional actions, some of which can be implemented through land use policies, some which are implemented by other partners or other mechanisms. But the strategies definitely support our thinking and understanding of how we grow, how we develop, and the policy framework, the land use policy framework that we need to put in place to carry forward those goals and objectives and principles. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
I think it answered one of the questions I was asking. I might just reframe it, and if there's no answer, that's okay as well. I just really trying to get an understanding of what we understand here. So based on this report and based on these impacts of the Greenbelt expansion, and we're hearing them about natural heritage, the planning process, all of these other pieces, do we as a council have the full information about the impact of these Greenbelt expansion areas that will have on, for example, our climate action strategy, our forthcoming biodiversity action plan, some of our goals and vision as a city regarding those? Or do we not have all the maybe this is the easier answer, do we not have all the information in this report? There's other impacts potentially outside of this report as well.
Mm-hmm. Through the chair, we certainly have not done an analysis at that very specific level to identify the specific impacts.
Yeah, thank you. I'm hearing, and maybe, sorry, I'm forcing the question a little bit, but I am hearing that there's more to this story than just what's in this report as well. And I just want, if we're getting this information report as a council, maybe just want to, maybe I'll say that as a comment rather than a question, that there's more impacts than just the impacts on the natural heritage system as defined in a planning context. There's these other lenses we may want to take on. And I see GM Thorne may want to jump in on my commentee question.
Thank you. GM Thorne?
Yes, through Madam Chair. So the councillor's, yes, raising a good and important point. The point of this information report was not to do a deep dive assessment of the impacts. It was primarily because we actually haven't had a chance to really fully advise council of the changes that were made. So that's its primary purpose, is to advise you that these changes have now been made, irregardless, frankly, of what maybe some of the climate change and other impacts are likely to be. Now, there is a fair bit of planning work that would have to happen before these lands actually become developed in the future, and I think some of the points you're raising would ideally be part of that process and would ideally be lenses through which, if not the principle of development, at least the nature of development would be directed. Again, there will be some decisions to make about whether that's something the city tries to get ahead of through a secondary planning process, or whether we're responding as applications come in. And if we're responding as applications come in, what policy framework we can have in place that we can measure those against. So I would say that our official plan already does sort of have policies and expectations related to climate change, related to biodiversity. I think our expectation, if we had been leading a secondary planning process for these lands, is that those would be updated as part of that. But again, to the purpose of this report, no, we haven't done a full assessment of the implications. This was not a city initiative, so we're just informing you that the changes have happened.
Thank you for underscoring that point. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, through the chair. That's it for me. I just really want to underscore, I really am supportive of the scope of the report and what is here. Just wanted to kind of make everyone aware, make it kind of set in the room that this is not the full story as well. So really, really helpful for what is here, and really appreciative of staff's efforts there. Thank you.
Thank you. And as GM Thorne noted, this is not a city initiative, and it would have been nice for those considerations to be had by the jurisdiction at the time. Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair Wilson. I'll just say up front, I'm really confused, and I'm trying to figure out and assess what the steps are between now and when and if development is approved on these lands. So the provincial intention, if I understood correctly, is to have all the approvals in place by the end of this year, with construction in 2025. Otherwise, as they stated publicly, these lands return to the Greenbelt.
Through the chair, you've expressed that a little bit more definitively. The only information on that process that we really have is the information that was in the ERO posting, and the language is substantial progress towards approvals and implementation. We don't know what that means exactly by the end of 23. And then the province is going to begin the process to return. And so we don't really know what that means. If we take it as, yes, it is substantial approvals by end of 25, then there'd have to be a lot of work done very quickly. And in terms of the other element of beginning the process to return, generally what happens when the province, when the province proposes to change one of the provincial plans, there is a process to do that. There is usually a community consultation or public consultation, and that usually can take quite a few months, if not a couple of years, depending on the details of the proposals. So I don't know how long that would, those processes would take.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. So the province expanded our urban boundary unilaterally by 2,200 hectares, and then they've removed the 795 hectares from the Greenbelt, but they didn't add it to the urban boundary. So these Greenbelt lands are outside of the urban boundary. So the process to bring them into the urban boundary would then have to start now. And understanding through the presentation, that would be through a municipal comprehensive review initiated by the municipality. And I believe that 2 or more landowners could also initiate an independent, their own private MCR.
Seeking confirmation on that. Planner Newbold.
Through the chair, are you referring to the 40 hectare?
I'm not sure.
Okay, I need to double check on that.
Okay, so just trying to understand on the process in which these lands would be brought into the urban boundary. So you mentioned public consultation. In the GRIDS 2 process, there was years of public consultation, and the public consultation ended up really driving the end result of the GRIDS 2 process. How could we, in good faith, proceed with public consultation on lands that this city council has stated don't think that should be developed for residential use?
Where does public consultation insert itself in this, given our past practice and commitment to?
Well, if we, through the chair, if we were in the, and Jason will join in, but if we were in a situation of a municipal comprehensive review, we would be providing those opportunities, presenting evidence. We need to be doing a lot of our background work, remodeling, looking at overall growth, and presenting all that information for comment. And Jason, would you like to add in?
GM Thorne, please.
Yeah, through the chair, just say, and the questions are getting a bit ahead of us a little bit, because as I said, one of our next steps is to come back in front of council with some of these kinds of considerations in terms of how we reconcile the fact that we do have a council position in terms of the urban boundary, but we do also now have a provincially mandated expansion area and the potential for applications coming in with that expansion area. So I'll say we don't often use words like confounds and conundrum in a staff report, but this is a bit of strategy that we're trying to work through in terms of what some of the options are that will be available to council. And I fully appreciate that if the city is initiating a secondary plan, taking the lead on a secondary planning process, in order to sort of plan for growth in an area that the council had not originally supported there be any growth. Yes, that can be sort of a difficult thing to communicate out, but those are the kinds of things that we're trying to sort through a little bit at a staff level right now. And as I said, we're going to be in front of you in the spring to try to get some direction from council in terms of how you want to proceed, and to probably oversimplify it a little bit. There is the option of the city taking the lead in terms of the next stage of the planning process, or the city responding as privately initiated applications come forward.
Thank you. Councillor.
So, yeah, I'm just playing this forward in the next steps through the process. So if we initiate a review, an MCR, which also requires changes to the rural Hamilton official plan, we go through public consultation as we should and normally do. I don't see how there's any possibility that a staff recommendation is going to be that we need an additional 795 hectares when we've stated that we can accommodate all our growth within the former urban boundary, and then just had 2,200 hectares added on top of that, there's zero chance that any good faith recommendation could be that we need an additional 800 hectares on top of that. So we go through this whole process, we have public consultation, public says absolutely not, council's going to say absolutely not, staff are going to say absolutely not. Then what happens?
Planner Newbold, I think confounding is an appropriate term, and you're doing your best with the knowledge that you have to paint a roadmap for us. Because of the ambiguity or the lack of detail, it is difficult, I think, for council and for maybe staff to answer that. But would you like to respond to the councillor, please?
Through the chair and also to you, chair, or through the chair, the councillor, but also to you. Yes, it is. It's not a roadmap we're painting in terms of how the Greenbelt lands are developed or could be developed. There's still a lot of uncertainty there. We don't know what landowners are intending there. So we don't have a roadmap for Greenbelt areas. Our roadmap is really focused on our work plan for our existing urban areas and trying to figure out a process and considerations for our new urban boundary and the growth areas there. So it's really hard for me to provide you any certainty or clarity on what that type of process would be. The report really is to highlight that it's in a rural area, and typically, you consider those areas through a municipal comprehensive review if you need additional growth. And our processes so far have identified that we don't need that land for additional growth.
Thank you.
Was that my time?
No, I forgot to put a pause on it, so please, you've got about 30 seconds, councillor.
Maybe I just switch gears to, well, I have some questions on infrastructure, so I can go on a second time for that, but I'll just ask a quick question about the airport noise contour. So you mentioned that a significant portion of the Book Road lands are within the airport contours. Just so I'm clear and everybody's clear, within those contours, there's no residential development permitted. Who has the jurisdiction over that control? Is that a federal jurisdiction? Is that?
Through the chair to the councillor, the federal government prepares the contours, and I may need some assistance on this one. The city maintains the contours within its official plan policies to guide development. We don't take part in changing the contours. We just maintain them in our policy documents.
GM Thorne, did you wish to add?
No, through the chair. So that's correct. So the extent to which they get incorporated into the city's land use policies from a land use perspective, there is guidance within the provincial policy statement, and then there are policies within the municipal official plan as well.
So just last comment on that, Chair, and then you can put me on for a second time. Yep. Yeah, there's provincial policy statement that you don't develop within the flight path of an airport. But there's also provincial policy statement that you don't develop on prime agricultural land. So maybe the province's intention is that they want houses in the flight path of the airport, and so be it. And again, if that's a municipal control, that's a whole other big chunk of land that we haven't even talked about. So I'll just leave it there, and please put me on a second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tattison.
I think Councillor Danko and GM Thorne, they both addressed basically most of the questions I had, so I'm going to defer at this time so that I can help Councillor Danko explore more in his second speech.
Yep, he's good at that. Thank you. Councillor Crouch.
Thanks for this information report. My questions are about the secondary planning process. So if I understand very specifically about just that, if I understand correctly, the way it's been characterized so far is pretty much like this. We can do a secondary plan, somebody else can do a secondary plan, but if it's already quite clear, and Councillor Danko did a good job of elucidating this, I think, there's going to be a fight. Like, we don't agree about the way it's going to be done, and so any secondary plan that comes forward, whether it's us or whether it's a developer group that puts this forward, there's going to be disagreement about that, and then of course that's going to find its way into a legal process. So my question, now that that's sort of just the basic premise I'm working on here is understanding, when do we start the fight and on what terms?
So through the chair to the councillor, this a bit more clarity on secondary plan processes. The ones we've been talking about are secondary plan processes for lands within our existing urban boundary. The Greenbelt lands are not within our urban boundary. Before we even get to a secondary plan process, the whole policy analysis component needs to come in and look at is it suitable to even consider these lands for urban uses when they're in the rural area. That being said, can you rephrase your last piece?
If I could recognize GM Thorne on this. Thank you, Planner Newbold.
Thank you.
Yeah, so through the chair, like I said, very soon in the spring is when we're going to be looking basically for council's direction, and one of the core questions will be, are we or are we not initiating a city-initiated secondary plan? I would just note that a secondary plan is it's a fairly broad term, I guess I would say. There are secondary plans, and we have done them, that are quite detailed, that take many, many years to do. The council will be familiar with the downtown secondary plan. Took many years to do, very detailed. Concurrently, we did all the zoning at the same time, block by block. That's a secondary plan. You can also have a secondary plan that is a little more policy oriented, maybe set some base policy expectations in terms of how future development applications would be done. So that's also something that we're looking at. Is there's the question of a secondary plan or not, city initiated or not, but also what is that secondary plan? And there is a range of options within that. To the councillor's point, that will be a decision point for council. Also a decision point for council will be if we do get privately initiated applications, those would come before you. All of these would be appealable by any of the parties. So if there is a city initiated and adopted secondary plan, for example, that could be appealed. And if there are privately initiated applications that are approved or denied, those could also be appealed.
Thank you. Councillor.
So to deconstruct that just slightly, if I understand you correctly, we could put together a basic secondary plan as a non-detailed secondary plan. That basic secondary plan could outline from a policy perspective what this council's direction is, right, in terms of what we want to see happen there. That, of course, would be appealable, and that's on a certain timeline. So there's an active approach where we could more actively determine the timeline that we would be pursuing this fight on. Or there could be a passive approach where we wait for applications to come forward, and then when those applications come forward, we would react to those applications, and then the fight timeline would commence then. Is that reasonably accurate?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Councillor McMeekin, questions? And if you could just activate your mic. Thank you. Councillor McMeekin?
There we go. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Chair Wilson. To General Manager Thorne, I don't think conundrum is too strong or iffy word at all. We're certainly in a conundrum. How you justify making any political decision that isn't based on evidence and supported by principle and designed to achieve the greatest good. By doing something like this, to take the largest internationally recognized greenbelt in the world and beginning the process of dismantling it. It is really quite shameful. We of course are left with the consequences. I think recently we've been following some of the comments of the late great honorable Hazel McCallion, who once described government in Canada this way. She said, the feds have got all the money, the power, province have got all the power, and municipalities end up with all the problems. If they don't already have the problems, all the problems, they soon will. And this is another piece of evidence of that. I'm anxious. If anybody has a comment on it, I'd appreciate it. I'm anxious about what the import is going to be on the agri-food industry, which is currently the largest single contributor to Ontario's gross domestic product, employs 814,000 people. I think it's almost a $2 billion industry in Hamilton area. This isn't just a green, keen and green and save it, don't pave it. It's also a very strong economic argument. The other thing that I really like about the report is that it begins to hone in many of the discussions we've been having about the need to define assets and to develop a strategy around asset management. We've been talking a good bit about that, and rightly so.
Councillor, I've been giving all members a little bit of latitude given the ambiguity, but if you have questions of Planner Newbold or the bench, if you could
well, okay, let's get very specific. Three questions. Has there been any analysis of the impact on the agri-food sector? Is there any hope against hope that we could still get some collaboration with a provincial government that seems adamant about making some unwise decisions? And how best can we position ourselves, given the dramatic impact this is having on the essential planning role of municipalities in trying to build strong, healthy, caring communities? Those would be my three questions.
Thank you. So I think the first question was an anticipated impact on the agricultural sector. I'll look to GM Thorne for that.
Through the chair, and no, we don't have that. We did try to note maybe a little less so in this report. The previous report we had when we were before you to seek the city's comments on the proposed changes, we had a more fulsome appendix in that one that did try to identify the areas where there was prime agricultural lands, but in terms of a full impact on the industry, no, we have not done that. I'm not aware if the province has done that either.
I would respectfully request that maybe the city should reach out to the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, in addition to their then relaying to us how many acres of prime agricultural land are lost each day. They may very well have some very good economic comments to make about the impact.
Thank you, Councillor. Your second question, if you could repeat, please, for your fellow committee members.
Well, it's about the usefulness of trying to define and measure assets, particularly green assets. We've mused a fair bit about how they've been forgotten by not just this government, but in some instances other governments as well. And I know the staff had committed to doing some more work on that. I don't know what the status of that is and or what the communication plan would be. So I'd ask that.
I'll look to GM Thorne if he would, if he's able to comment on, I think, a need many committee members have expressed for that kind of analysis in the future. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, and we did a couple of weeks back bring forward some information to council through the budget process around kind of what a scope of such a study might be, and what the cost and scope of work might be to do a sort of evaluation ecosystem value study for citywide or for a broader area.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin.
I guess a final comment. Having been around in various roles over several years, I've always tried to stay away from everything's black or everything's white. I've often found that truth is found in the radical gray middle. And sometimes you want to develop an ad hoc approach, try to find a middle road. But sometimes all you get when you go down the middle road is white lines and the smell of dead skunks. And that's really sad. This is going to be a sad legacy unless some significant changes are made. With that, I'll end, Chair Wilson. Thank you.
Thank you. As President Jeb Bartlett once said, there's very few black and white moments in governing life. Thank you. Councillor Danko.
It smells like the ass end of a dead skunk, that's for sure. On the infrastructure component, so my understanding is these lands were not intended to be developed. They are not included in any infrastructure planning. There is no current design or intention for servicing or any public infrastructure. So they're basically, if we are the province's intention to go from nothing, no planning, haven't even thought about what the servicing would be, to full urban servicing in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Is that at all possible? And what would the steps be in order to go from farm field to full urban servicing?
Thank you. I don't know if Planner Newbold wants to take that, or we have a Director of Growth Management here who could help us. And also for the public, in the Appendix B, I believe, it identifies those lands, it identifies the characteristics of those lands, and what would have to be considered in that regard. Director?
Ashraf Hanna, Director of Growth Management and Chief Development Engineer, through the Chair. As General Manager Jason Thorne mentioned, that there needs to be some planning framework, policy framework done first, and that will inform an amendment or revisions to the infrastructure master plans on water, wastewater, and roads. And also secondary plan process could take place that would have servicing components in them, but none of that has been done yet. And first is the planning framework and policy that needs to be set.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Danko?
No, I think that really helps. So first step is the planning policy, and then based on the planning policy is the development of the infrastructure planning. So it stated that the intention is that infrastructure would be upfronted by the property owners. Again, this is probably a question that there is no answer because, again, as Councillor McMeekin's comments, but if the infrastructure is to be upfronted by the property owners, but we can't get to the infrastructure planning until after the planning's done, how can we possibly assess or quantify what that infrastructure would be?
Who would like to try and bring clarity?
Yeah, so through the chair, and Ashraf can add to it, but if we're just responding to a private application, then among the many things we'd be assessing it on would be servicing capacity and what the servicing plan would be. I would say that this is not without precedent in terms of how Binbrook was developed a number of years ago, where a lot of the servicing was front-ended by private landowners in that area. But if we are responding to a development application, just as we would with a development application anywhere in the city, we would be doing the applicant would be required to demonstrate that there's available capacity, and we would Ashraf's group would evaluate whether or not that was sufficient.
Thank you. My last question, Chair Wilson, is just on the touch points that council will have moving forward. So we mentioned through Councillor Crutch's questions, you know, some of the planning process and understanding that there will be requires through municipal comprehensive review, revisions to the rural Hamilton official plan, the possibility of a dedicated process for that. There's mention of extra costs, which we don't know what those are. Presumably that means extra staff as well. And then on the infrastructure side, if that's to follow, again, touch points for council when it comes to revising master plans and all the work that's involved in order to get to the province's goal of, again, building housing on here. So through just an open-ended question, what are council's touch points when it comes to either approvals for additional funding, for additional staffing, and also for including the work to do that in the current work plans? You know, GM Thorne mentioned off the top, our priority is still the work that we're already doing, but at some point this is going to have to be incorporated into, you know, the bigger departmental work plans.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor GM Thorne.
So through the chair, a couple of touch points. One will be whether we'll be seeking direction whether or not we're initiating any planning studies or planning work of our own. So that does require council direction, and if we're seeking that direction, we'd be speaking to what the staffing and resourcing implications might be. The master plans, and there are many of them, do come before council, and that is often done actually through the development charge background study process, which is underway and is due to be updated in 2024. If there are individual landowner-initiated applications for second-year plans or for amendments to the official plan, those, of course, just like any other planning application, would come before you. And I did note when I was doing my budget presentation, what we're not quite able to assess yet is if we are going to need additional resources if we have many applications coming forward. Of course, they would pay their usual application fee, but I did kind of flag that as an area that we're keeping an eye on, whether or not we would need additional resources to respond and review to privately initiated applications. At the moment, we've not added any resources to do that. But those would be the council approval touch points. Are you giving direction for any city-led work? And are you and as I said, any official plan amendment applications would have to come before you for approval, and the master plans from the various service areas across the corporation come before you as well.
Thank you. And just a final comment from me, Chair Wilson. So I think if the Greenbelt lands went through the normal city planning processes, I think there's no chance that this council or any future council would bring these lands into the urban boundary. There's no chance that residential property development would be approved here. The threat is the privately initiated landowner applications, and those applications then going straight to the Ontario Land Tribunal, which then gets rubber stamped. So I think moving forward, that'll be of my interest is not so much on the city planning processes, but as you know, again, to Councillor Croch's excellent questions, you know, how do we mitigate and address those threats to the municipality and the fight that we're going to have? Thank you.
How do we protect the public interest? Councillor Beattie.
Exactly.
Thank you, Chair Wilson, and through you. I think that Councillor Danko has unpacked the majority of the questions I had in a timeline sense, but I just want to go back and make sure that I have it reaffirmed in as simplest terms as possible through you. The question pertaining to I'll call it the loose direction of the province, to have planning approvals in place for the expansion into these Greenbelt lands by 2023. Do I understand that correctly?
Through the chair, that is correct. The language is not it's substantial progress. So we don't know what that really means. We don't know what the province will measure that by before it makes a decision whether or not the lands go back to the urban boundary, or go back to the Greenbelt Plan. What is said is shovel-ready by housing construction to begin by 2025. So those are the only two elements that are proposed. That brief text is all we have to know the intent of the province.
Thank you. Councillor.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Thank you for the answer to them. So I again, trying to put things in very simple terms. I'm a pretty simple guy. The normal process that we would follow as a municipality in terms of timelines to achieve the goals that have been expressed by the province, I would suggest are incongruent with the direction that the province has given, if that's an overarching summation that I could ask yay or nay on.
Through the chair, that's probably accurate.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Any further questions from the floor? And from the screen, seeing none. Thank you very much, Planner Newbold. A difficult report to walk us through, given the nature of the subject and the lack of clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, it is an information report, so unless there are some motions to be entertained, we are just to need a mover and a seconder to receive it. So moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Wang. Beg your pardon, thank you, Elsie Kelsey. If I can, the same mover and a seconder to receive the staff presentation. Councillor Danko, Councillor Wang. The vote is up. That carries unanimously. Okay, on the information report, it's receipt. Please, Councillor Francis and Councillor Wang. The vote is up. That carries 12-0. Thank you again. Members, we are on the general information item, a portion of the agenda. General Manager, is there any update to be had? No, thank you. You've been very busy this morning. May I have a mover and a seconder to receive? We don't need to vote. We don't need, because we didn't get anything.
I also would just like to make one comment that I was in error earlier on 5.1, the correspondence, that it is actually it'll be a motion to refer to council. We defer within planning and refer out. So my apologies, and just to advise that the minutes will reflect that it's a refer.
Thank you. We're on to the outstanding business list. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the changes? Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Pauls. Just vote. That carries 12-0. Thank you. We're going to have a recess, folks, to give our staff, hardworking staff, a break and ourselves an opportunity to stretch and eat. But before doing that, if I could ask your indulgence, if we can have a mover and a seconder to move the closed session minutes of November 29th and January the 17th to be approved and to remain confidential. Sorry, I've done something in error. Nope.
I just thought, should we just confirm the committee wants to go into close before we take the recess? That's all.
Oh, okay. Yes. Committee? Would you like to? Yes, I'm seeing a thumbs up. Elsie, Kelsey. Thank you. So on those minutes, Councillor Nan, did you have a question? Nope. Okay, on the minutes.
Just offering to move the minutes.
Appreciate that. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Spatafora on the minutes. And thank you. That carries 12 to nothing. A mover and a seconder to go into closed session. Should we do that? And then we'll break what's written?
Yeah, recess first and then we'll do that after.
Okay. May I have a mover to recess? Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
30 minutes, please. Controversial vote. Let's wait for the tabulation. Could be close. Oh my gosh, 12-0. See you at 1:30. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are back in open session. This is the City of Hamilton Planning Committee, January the 31st. We are about to go into closed session, and I believe committee has noted their desire to do so. So did I get a mover and a seconder to do so? May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Francis. Are you okay with that? Thank you. To move into closed session for item 15.3, pursuant to section 9.3, subsections E and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021, as amended, and section 2392, subsections E and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communication for that purpose. If you could indicate your vote to grant permission to go into closed. It is up now. Thumbs up from Councillor Nam. Thumbs up from Councillor Taddison. That carries 10-0. Thank you, members. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion when you see members of committee rejoin. The committee will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening an open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. We're going into closed by
Tony Monica. DJ, Danny D. They're still doing it. Every Sunday night. Yeah, I think you want to wait. Oh, yeah.
Kelsey, I'm mindful that your instruction on waiting up to 5 minutes, we have to wait for 5 minutes?
Just a curiosity, did you see Joey still over there? Okay. You're ready? Your changes?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the City of Hamilton's Planning Committee, January 31st. We've reconvened in open session, and we are on item 15.3, Municipal Comprehensive Review / Official Plan OPA 167 of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and OPA 34 of the Rural Hamilton Official Plan Judicial Review Application of Minister's Decisions LS 22035A. And I'm going to recognize Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Chair. So the recommendations are modified slightly from what was in the report, so I'll just read those into the record. A, that report LS 22035 respecting Municipal Comprehensive Review Official Plan OPA 167 of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan and OPA 34 of the Rural Hamilton Official Plan Judicial Review Application of the Minister's Decisions remain confidential. B, that the City take no position at this time on the application for judicial review of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing's decision regarding official plan amendment, so on, as commenced by Environmental Defence Canada, Inc., pending provision of the provincial record of proceeding and additional evidence, at which time legal staff report back to the Planning Committee for additional instructions, and the City participate in the JRA proceedings to the extent necessary to ensure the evidentiary record is accurate. C is unchanged, that the City Solicitor be authorized to retain external legal counsel to represent the City in the JRA proceedings and such external consultants as she deems necessary, and that the cost of said retainers be funded from the capital account. Numbers there, Official Plan OMB Appeal and second from the Tax Stabilization Reserve, numbers there, or such other account as deemed appropriate by the General Manager of Finance and Corporate Services. And there's an additional item D, that staff coordinate with Environmental Defence Canada, Inc. to provide publicly accessible documentation as required.
And your seconder? Councillor Wang. This is an amendment, so we'll be voting on the amendment, and then following that, we'd have to vote on the report as amended. Thank you. Councillor McMeekin, thumbs up from you?
Yes.
Yes. Thumbs up. Thank you. That carries 10 to 2. On the report as amended, please. Yes, please. We're voting on the report as amended. Thank you. That carries 11 to 1. Thank you, members. We're on to adjournment. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Nan. I know I speak on behalf of all committee members to thank the legislative staff who are here supporting our deliberations today, and I wish you all a safe and happy, pleasant afternoon. And to staff. Thank you. Carries 10 to 0. Thank you.